Happy Thursday, friends, and welcome back to Reconnected. Unfortunately, we do have to announce, first of all, the death of physical media because there has been not a single announcement this week. So we have nothing to talk about except for literally 100 Instagram posts that we have to cover tonight. This is our biggest week, literally, since I've been doing the show. What is going on? Dr. Dodson, so glad you're here to share this with me. What's up?
Actually, I wasn't supposed to be able to be here tonight. Um, I have tickets to see the Great Social Distortion, who were supposed to be on tour, but they had to postpone because Mike Ness was diagnosed with throat cancer. Thankfully, it's being treated and they caught it early, and so hopefully it'll be rescheduled. But his loss is your gain because now I am able to be on the show this Thursday.
It is definitely a gain for all of us. I appreciate it. Glad you're here. How excited are you for 100 posts to cover tonight?
I'm going to be excited for some of them. Probably the first 20 or so. No, this is especially considering everything that happened last month with all the different sales and announcements and new labels and label shuffling and distributors moving around and big announcements from TerraVision and Severin and Vinegar Syndrome and all the different OCM partners. It's like we were all exhausted, and now it's like, hey, guess what? It's here's more. So this is kind of amazing.
It's a lot, completely a lot. Let's say hi to some friends first of all. Josephine DeMarco's here. First watches since last time. The Stuff, amazing. Timescape, Dead Presidents, one of my favorites. We need a Blu-ray soon. Heat, another classic. Go, Antonia's Line, and Chilly Scenes of Winter. Any of those that you want to highlight?
Did you say Dead Presidents is about to come out on Blu-ray? We have
no. I said we need a Blu-ray.
Oh, yes, we do. Absolutely.
Stan's here, coming to the light. All are welcome, as usual. Christian's Hobby Blog here for Dr. Will, always. Hello. Oh boy, what a week. Oh man. Yes. Going off of last week's death knell for Australian physical media, it's so nice to see a resurgence here to prove to Disney that it is still worthwhile. And I just wish that we got some love throughout the rest of the world.
Yeah, Umbrella was kind of like hold my beer. They came out with some, like, okay, we don't have Disney, but we got some alternatives to that
we can do it ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Brian is here. What's going on, Brian Lapitan? Saying it right for the first time last week. I'm glad you told me that. Let's see. Paul Huggins is here. Terry's here. We're just a ridiculous week. Amen to that. Ronnie's here. So much to discuss. Silent Mandible. Hello. Griff is here live. Cam is here, and Cam throwing some shade. I don't know if you saw this. He said, "Doctor, I missed the other room." You want to explain what's going on?
I miss it too, buddy. As the great poet said, all things move toward their end. For about 12 years, I had the biggest and best office on campus. I'm pretty sure my office was bigger than the chancellor's. Just pure luck, no shenanigans. I just happened to get this gigantic office. And I was under the impression, as I've mentioned a couple times over the past few months, I'm going into my last year in my current job at UNCG. And I was under the impression I was going to finish it out in that office. But last week, rather suddenly, I got told I'm going to be moving to an office that is roughly the size of one of those cells you send high school kids who are in school suspension to. So we're doing a lot of book packing and figuring out how to purge and whatnot. So I am now broadcasting from our new home. We've got a rental place here, and it's pretty nice. Boxes everywhere. My kids are walking around trying to be quiet, which I appreciate. I see one, our oldest, who just finished her first year of college, several years ago, watched Hell Comes to Frogtown with me for the first time, and it was It was near my birthday, and lo and behold, on my birthday, I got a card that she hand drew a picture of one of the frog mutants from
Nice.
Hell Comes to Frogtown. I was like, I love this kid.
That's awesome.
So, normally I'm sequestered away in that office. That office is no longer my abode, but it is nice to occasionally interact with my family again. But yeah, hopefully my internet is strong and everybody can see and hear. And I don't know. This is the kitchen table or the dining room table, so hopefully I'll find something cooler at some point.
We'll get your lighting an upgrade soon. That's the big thing.
I'm doing my best. I thought I was getting some like noir expressionist shadow work on it.
You're good. Eric C. Johnson is here. The Night of 1,000 Announcements. I love that title. Should have used that. KN5150. Hello. John's here. What's going on? Jason from Culture Shock. TerraVision killed it. Absolutely. Sure, we will spend some time on them, probably more than we absolutely have to. Carrie Mulligan, the Polaroids and the announced Memento limited edition look fantastic. That's a good looking release. What's going on, Adam? Brian says Social Distortion is great. Seen him a few times. Joe Jack, nice show the other night, even though you only needed 4 questions in 2 hours with Brad. Brad is a talker, but man, we got some great information out of it. So.
Absolutely. It's easy to do an interview that way. You just ask a question and then he answers that question and about 10 more, and then you're pretty much done.
Dude is here finally. What's up, dude? It's been a while. Gary, it's round 2. Yeah, it's round 2. And what's funny is we could have broken up tonight into like 3 rounds by itself. Let's see. Oh, Ronnie was having laptop trouble. Weird. Hope you get everything worked out there. Let's see. Is Dead Presidents with Dimension, aka Disney? I'm not entirely sure.
Oh gosh, where I think it is.
It has laid up, because I feel like there might have been some negotiating on that one.
Maybe.
Christian's here for me too. Oh, thank you. But I'm sure it's mostly Will. What's going on, Ken? Glad you're here. Chef Boy Matt D, love that name. Let's go, and yeah, it's gonna be a fun night. So much to discuss. Jake is here. I love the it's blank jokes every time Will is on.
Well, that's the other thing. I don't have all my screens anymore, so like I can't participate in the YouTube chat. Right. I'm at the mercy of whatever you flash across the screen.
Well, there has been an update. I haven't seen it because I haven't been a guest on anybody's StreamYard since last week, but they supposedly updated it where you can participate in the chat on your side. You might be able to post a comment.
Oh yeah?
You might want to look at that. When the chat is up, you might want to see if you can post there.
I see private chat. Oh, nope, there it is.
Under comments at the bottom, you might be able to post.
Well, how about that? No, it says I have to log in.
So log into your YouTube and then you can make a comment.
Oh, is it?
And Will is gone. I'll keep saying hello to everybody before Will comes back. That's perfect. The Rainbow Library, we're unworthy. Oh, come on. You're worthy of everything. All right. He's back.
I don't think I should have done
that. That's really funny. Maybe open in another tab and refresh or something.
Yeah, maybe.
John DeMarsco just landed in DC right on time, and my hour-long Uber ride to Baltimore. Man, I just got to shout out John. For those that don't know or haven't watched yet, last fall I interviewed John DeMarsico because he's the broadcast director for the New York Mets. And this week, the New York Mets happened to play the Royals here in Kansas City. And John messaged me last week and said, "Hey, you busy next week? You wanna bring the family to a Royals game?" So John got us all tickets, and not only that, invited my entire family into the broadcast van and had my kids learn about broadcasting, put us all on TV for a minute. And my kids are still reeling from the excitement of that wonderful experience. So
that's so cool.
John, you deserve all of the public praise in the world. I love you, buddy. It was really, really great to see you. All right, just a couple more hellos. Brent Madison, crazy how fast the Hellraiser 4K pre-order sold out. Yeah, hopefully they get some more. Hopefully, since Arrow never announces their pre-order numbers, how much the limited edition will be, they could just quietly up it on their side and allow people to order more. So We'll see.
Hey, let me give a bit of info if anybody's thinking about it. Um, Diabolic posted that they had sold out temporarily, and so just on a whim, I went and checked out Grindhouse, and not only did they have them, but they were at a pretty good
cheaper
price. So I went ahead and got my pre-order, and everybody should go check out Grindhouse.
Orbit sold out on theirs today too after Jesse posted that. So it is getting to be a premium. If you're in Canada, I know that Pascal on a Rough Cut Video has some available from his site as well. He's still advertising them. He's got his allotment coming, and you can get those shipped to the US. It'll be a little pricier, but if you just really want to lock one down and you had to wait, that's always a good option.
I really love that. I mean, I know this was announced several weeks ago, so technically I'm not allowed to talk about it, but that's such a cool release, not only with the 4K upgrade, but the inclusion of the work print, right? It's the work print of Hellraiser Bloodline. So you can see some of the stuff before it got Alan Smithied. Which as far as Alan Smithy movies go, that's okay. I think Bloodline was actually not bad.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about Hellraiser tonight because it's one of the first ones that we got to discuss.
Oh, was it announced this week?
It was announced. It was only last Friday. Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought I was on somebody else's show. Okay, well, we'll get to it.
Tom is here. What's going on, Tom? He was laughing at you exiting the stream. And then let's see. Sibner says the fact that Arrow told Diabolic to stop taking orders soon definitely feels like they might not replenish. It's not quite like that. Diabolic is able to order a certain number. Arrow didn't say stop ordering them. Diabolic puts in a number into their system that they were allowed to essentially claim. And once their claim number is gone, more can open later. Arrow didn't tell them to stop. So we'll see. It's just from their distributor. They claimed what they could at the moment. Oh, look at that. And Carrie Mulligan pointing out that the UK's Arrow Empire set is now available on Diabolic. And I saw that. It's buried under a couple things, but that set is super worth it.
Yeah.
Super worth it. All right. That's a lot of hellos. But, I mean, we got a lot going on this week. First off, any recent watches or pickups you want to highlight, my friend?
Well, I got to tell you, my computer is sitting on the box that brought me...
Oh, nice.
My Black Emmanuel board game, which I'm very excited to play.
How high quality is the bag?
It's solid. Like my wife said, she wanted to take it to work.
Dang it!
Yeah, that's a good one. So that was the main pickup this week. I also got a couple of things. I found the out of print AGFA DVD of Soul Tango. Nice.
Yeah.
Which was pretty exciting. What else did I get? 88 Films Shaolin Plot. Is that 88? Oh, no, sorry. Excuse me.
Eureka.
Caught myself. Sorry, guys. The MVD edition of Last American Virgin, so I can get rid of my old
nice
Blu-ray.
And, get rid of that old Olive.
Yeah. And lastly, a TV show I recommend to anybody who hasn't seen it before. Thriller with Boris Karloff as the host. Ida Lupino and John Brahm directed a lot of these. Anthology. Some of them are supernatural. Some of them are murder mysteries, kind of in the vein of an Alfred Hitchcock Presents type of thing, but with more ghost stories. There's a great episode with William Shatner in a haunted lighthouse. Just awesome. So I highly recommend checking out Thriller. Oh, all right. One more thing, and then I'll.
You muted yourself, buddy. You muted.
Okay. Last thing I'll show, because if people haven't seen this show, they need to seek it out. Found this on eBay because it's out of print. Shelley Duvall's Fairy Tale Theater. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Oh my gosh. So it's 26 episodes of hour-long adaptations of mostly grim fairy tales, starring the likes of Klaus Kinski, David Bowie, Roger Vadim directs one. and they're grotesque and weird and awesome. Carrie Fisher, Helen Mirren, Robin Williams, Tim Burton and Francis Ford Coppola direct episodes.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I can hear tons of keyboards furiously typing on eBay as we speak. I definitely got to check that out.
Good luck finding a DVD only, but I'm sure now that I've tracked it down on eBay and made an impulse buy, somebody will announce it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, they're going to announce it tomorrow. Planet Mondo's here. What's up, Will Ryan in the chat? And he wanted to shout out, excited to show off the artwork for next month's The Physical Media Advocate. We got that coming out in just like 12 short days. And for anybody that's interested in the last two, and we're going to talk about this later in the show, but those are now up on Amazon so that you don't have to buy them for me personally. You can go in the link in the description below and get the zine off of Amazon.
That is, I mean, especially it only being the second issue so far, it looks incredible. I can't believe how good that is.
Yeah.
It's so cool that so many people are contributing to it. In fact, so many people are contributing that when I offered to contribute, Ryan said, "No, I'm good. I'm good."
I think what I actually said was, everybody says there's too much Will already, and we could just use a break for a while.
Wait, don't you want just a dollop?
Maybe we need a monthly recurring segment that says a dollop of Dodson, and it's just feelings of the month or something like that, like a super short review.
That could be my column. Yeah, like 50 words.
Oh, here we go. A dollop of Dodson. Why you should watch this month's recommended Jess Franco title.
Ooh.
That's actually not a bad idea.
All right, we'll have a conversation off air.
KB's here tonight. What's going on, KB?
KB.
Yeah, let's see. Staffino is here. It's been a while, my friend. Hello. Tony is here from Australia. Celeste is here live. What's going on?
Hey. There's actually another, if we get time to later, there's another Alan Smithy movie I want to talk about.
If we get time later, come on, Will.
Maybe I'll save it for September.
What's up, Wave? Don't you dare dollop. Paul's here watching from Facebook. What's going on, Paul? Okay, so I've got one pickup that I want to highlight because I literally just got this out of my box outside. This is the new imprint release of the Walter Hill directed by collection.
You son of a bitch.
And this box, as usual, like just gorgeous, so well made. I love that their J card is just this little tiny thing on the back that you can take off and put it in the box and keep it. It's so nice. And then on the inside, oh gosh, these are so high quality always. The cool thing is, of course, the driver is 4K, so you've got that one black case. But the films in this set, if you forgot, we have Hard Times.
Oh, Charles Bronson.
4K of the driver. And then, of course, we've got the Long Riders. Love the art on these. Extreme Prejudice, which Extreme Prejudice has had like 5 boutique releases suddenly in the last year or whatever. Then we have Johnny Handsome. And finally, Broken Trail. This is going to be a fun one to dive into. These are... It's so ridiculous how much the imprint has, grown from literally just 2020. So many people forget that their first release was in May of 2020.
Yeah.
And this is, just to throw that out there, this is 164 to 169, and this was numbered last year. They're actually over 200 now since May 2020.
God, they are extremely prejudiced against my bank account right now. I'm so excited about Broken Trail too. That there was a Blu-ray, but I think this is a big upgrade from what I have read. And I love Broken Trail.
Yeah, that's good. Zombies Ate My Arm says all those movies are gems, but especially Extreme Prejudice. John Peters says, speaking of Franco, he's my most watched director this year. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Be careful, man.
Love that. Movie Palace of Blood. Question for Will. Top 3 Emilio Estevez films. Do you know offhand?
Top 3 Emilio Estevez films would have to be in no particular order. Oh gosh. Well, Young Guns. I don't know. What else is he in? Men at Work. I've never actually.
You're gonna take my top 3 right now. I was gonna say Young Guns at 3, Men at Work at 2, and then D2 The Mighty Ducks at number 1.
Oh, I've never, and I jammed to the soundtrack for a good while, but Faith No More with Booyah Tribe, but I've never actually seen Judgment Night, and I do want to correct that. Don't freak out.
Judgment Night is great, really good looking Warner Archive Blu-ray too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sibner. Justice for D2. What about recent watches? You know, the stuff that you watch is always eclectic. Anything that's fancy that you want to share?
Yeah, well, these past couple weeks have been.
Jesus, Tony, that is huge.
Whoa.
Imprint is up to 261 spy numbers
already
from May of 2020.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's been kind of busy. I haven't been able to do. Sorry, Repo Man. I haven't been able to do a lot of watching because I've been moving and doing some traveling. I did, and this is so weirdly appropriate, but I was visiting my family who live in rural Southwest Virginia, and there's a nearby town that recently restored their old movie palace, and they were showing a free matinee, like a 2 p.m. matinee of Pee-wee's Big Adventure for free. And so I took my 10-year-old daughter to see it, and we were the only people in the theater. Nobody came. It was us.
Oh, my gosh.
I guess some like a busload of kids at summer camp had come for a morning screening, but we got a private screening in this beautiful movie palace, popcorn and M&Ms. The only other person in the theater was one of the volunteer staff who, like me, was mouthing along to several dozen lines. And then, Paul Rubens passed away like a week and a half later. Right. So I was really happy that she and I got to spend that little moment together. I also saw an advanced screener copy of a documentary called Madhu that my sister edited. That'll be coming out pretty soon. It is a Disney. I've mentioned it on here before, so when it does come up on Disney Plus, make sure to watch it quick. But right now, it's I think getting finished up ready to go, and it really is great. I'm not just saying that because my sister is an amazing editor, which is true. She is an amazing editor. But this film is really, really good, and I think needs to be seen. So I'll keep plugging it. When it comes out, you all will definitely know. Perfect. That's it. I mean, I've seen some other stuff, but that's all I'll mention for now.
we're going to talk about Paul Rubens again in just a minute. But first off, greetings from Germany from your foe, Laurent Omenzik. Want to say hello and leave a lot of love before I turn off the TV and go to bed with the cats. And he says we 3 should do something again. We absolutely should.
Absolutely.
And he called out Emilio was great in Judgment Night, Loaded Weapon. Loaded Weapon is so fun. Oh man, Laurent, you're amazing. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
John's been watching Black Emmanuel films, watching the Meg 2 tomorrow. Let's see. I wanted to call out a couple things I've watched recently. Taika Waititi's Hunt for the Wilder People. Have you seen that one yet?
No. Is it good?
It is charming beyond belief. It is so interesting. Sam Neill is incredible in it, and the chemistry between him and the kid, they're off-putting towards each other, and it makes it so likable. It is classic Taika without the giant budgets that he's been getting recently. So because of that, it's got the actual personality and texture like he's always had, and not just trying for over-the-top jokes the whole time. I loved it. Yeah.
All right.
And then I just to highlight and get everybody excited for maybe a couple weeks from now, I rewatched Barton Fink this week from the Coen brothers. Really, really love that movie. And I watched that because Jeremy Long is coming on to argue about Coen brothers with me 2 weeks from today. He'll be on Reconnected on August 17th, and we will be going tit for tat on our favorite Coen brothers films. And my top 5 was somehow like a top 7 or 8 already, and I have to figure it out. All right. You want to talk about Paul Rubens for a minute, my friend?
No, I don't. I'm so sad about it. And this has been, it seems like every year, every year is a bad year for really, for people who pass away who are really significant in so many of our lives. But I guess that's our generation. Um, I was seven I was seven when Pee Wee's Big Adventure came out, and probably seen it 400 or 500 times at this point. Um, and that was such a game changer for me. And it really started Tim Burton's best years, that decade between 85 and 94, between Pee Wee and Ed Wood. The style, the music, the Danny Elfman score was so influential on me. But just as a kid, being seven when Big Adventure came out, and then watching Pee Wee's Playhouse growing up, that sensibility really informed my own sense of humor and personality as I grew up. I mean, it's hard to overstate how significant Pee Wee Herman as a character has been in the lives of people in my generation, right? People between 35 and 50 or so, but also younger people who rediscovered Pee Wee's Playhouse and who saw the later films, Big Top Pee Wee and the whatever the Netflix one was. Bring Up My Sister once again. We went to see Pee Wee's stage show on Broadway in 2004, 2005. It was incredible. And of course, I'm sure people have seen some of the tributes coming out that highlight some of his Paul Rubens' other roles, his background in Groundlings, his collaborations with Phil Hartman. Just such an important talent. And I know it seems like every damn eulogy has to bring up the difficulties he went through, and some of them seem kind of laughable now, and then others are maybe a little more troubling. But the man's passed away, so I celebrate his work and really appreciate the impact that he has had on me and already on my own children.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a big thing for me. Pee Wee was big when I was a kid. I watched it as much as I possibly could. I mean, it was very much like a sister show to me, like the whole Muppets family of entertainment, because they have that same chaotic, silly vibe that just fit perfectly. And then after you grow up, you realize all of the other stuff that was built into it that helps as adults keep your attention going and your love for those things. Really though, I wanted to highlight, after I had grown up on Pee Wee, and that's all I knew. Paul Rubens was Pee Wee. That's all he was. There were two things that really made me realize what an incredible performer he was. And the first one was suddenly coming, not loving a lot of modern comedies, but then seeing him out of nowhere kind of steal the show for me in Mystery Men.
Yeah.
He is so great in that movie, and hardly any, I know Mystery Men just got a good release from Kino, but hardly anybody talks about it still. And then
I think that movie's funnier now that we have
yes,
the MCU and the DCU to kind of
yes,
hold it up to,
it's perfect. And then the other big thing is I saw it way too late, but his role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the film from the 90s, my God, dude, he is so great in that movie. And even the makeup on him was perfect. They got his look just right for that role. I love that movie, and he is what made that movie for me. I loved him in that.
He said that the look for Buffy was based on his mugshot because that was the coolest he had ever looked.
Yep. Erica's here. She says, rip Pee Wee. The first time I actually felt like I lived in Texas was at a screening of Big Adventure, and at the Stars at Night part, the whole audience yelled deep in the heart of Texas. That's awesome.
It's true. That's what happens.
That's amazing. He toured with Big Adventure in 2020, but the tour was cut short, of course. Paul Rubens always looked for the best in other people, even when they saw the worst in him. Yeah, he's one of the wholesome ones, I'd say. Barry says he would rush home after working night shift to watch Pee-wee's Playhouse. A lot of adults were tuned in for the humor. That's awesome. Pee-wee was a legend to Griff when he was a kid. Can't tell you how many times I put the VHS tape in and watched the movies. Made my family laugh. That's amazing. Also great in Blow. Forgot to mention Blow. Blow is pretty good too. All right, my friend. We gave some love there, and then obviously, the person, I understand the cultural impact. I will not spend a whole lot of time, but also rest in peace to Sinead O'Connor. That was a big thing that everybody looking back on now, I really hope sees that she was literally just ahead of her time and has been completely lambasted since the whole controversy that shouldn't have been a controversy. And now here's where we are.
I hope everybody remembers who came at her when she called out the child abuse in the Catholic Church. Hope everybody remembers Joe Pesci.
Yep.
All of them lining up to go after Sinead O'Connor. Big, tough guys.
Sure is embarrassing looking back in 2023 and knowing what we know now about the church. Well, are you ready to discuss like 500 movies?
Can we continue to evade?
Well, we're only 32 minutes into this, and we have 100 Instagram posts to cover.
Okay. It's getting hot in here. Let me turn down the, oh, man. Oh, are you kidding? We're going to start with this? I got to turn down the thermostat.
That's like the best hype statement you could have given there. And then Celeste's comment being up there at the same time is perfect. All right. So first up, Desperate Hours from 1955, coming on October 17th in the U.S. and Canada from Arrow Video. This is a William Wyler film, and it's got a little-known actor called Humphrey Bogart, and then Frederick March is on the other side. For their only appearance together, the result is an electrifying tour de force pitting two giants of the silver screen against each other. This is going to have a new restoration done by Arrow from a 6K scan of the original VistaVision negative. It is only on Blu-ray, not going to be on a 4K UHD. It's got new audio commentary by Daniel Kramer, who was the man behind the Sidney J. Fury box set for Imprint. It's got new appreciation of the film by Jose Arroyo. It's got it's got The Lonely Man, brand new visual essay by Eloise Ross, co-curator of the Melbourne Cinematheque. There's a new audio interview with Catherine Wyler, the daughter of William Wyler, then some lobby cards, and a reversible sleeve as usual. It's also got a new booklet with writing on the film by Philip Kemp and Neil Sinyard. Tell me about Desperate Hours, because you're desperate, I can tell.
So I'm kind of angry because Imprint's box set Essential Noir 3 contains this movie, and I tracked it down because I think it went out of print. It may be back, or it went out of stock everywhere. It may be back now. I'm not sure if it's in print or not. In print, the Imprint box set is in print. I'm not sure if it is or not. But this sounds like such an upgrade. I'm gonna have to do it. This film, I love it. It's based on, if I remember correctly. Oh, I am remembering correctly because I can confirm it there in the text. The stage play, and you can tell that it is based on a play. It's very like claustrophobic and focused on these two characters. But watching Bogart and March go at it is fantastic. This is one of my favorite Wyler films. It's not one of Wyler's like best films. I don't think anybody would say like this is his like objective best, but it's one of my top favorites. I just really enjoy it. I always love it when Bogart's a villain character. That's not a spoiler. Ever since, his big breakthrough was as a villain in The Petrified Forest, which he also did on stage. And this film would be a good double feature with it, frankly. Love it.
Next one from Arrow is The Iron-Fisted Monk. This is coming on October 24th in the US and Canada. I believe, if I remember right, I think this got a UK release from Eureka, I want to say. I can't remember offhand. Do you remember that?
No, that's your job, man. I'm the tab.
Oh, okay. I'll pull up on the other tab. While we look at this, we've got 1080p disc, of course. 2 English dubbed audios. We got the original export dub mono, first time ever in the US that you can have that. And the newer 5.1 dub created for international DVD presentations. Commentary by Frank Jang. 2 archival interviews with Sammo Hung. Interview with Casanova Wong. And that is pretty much it on this. We've got a booklet with new writing by Brandon Bentley, who I definitely need to get on the show. Brandon's on my list. Paul, thank you for that. It was Eureka. Appreciate that.
Well, I love the fact that it says it's the equivalent of NC-17. I've not seen the Iron Fisted Monk, but that.
Well, it's a Cat 3 film. That's the thing that it's saying.
I didn't see that line. Okay, so it's Cat 3 film. Oh, well, hey.
And if I remember right, I think this is the first Cat 3 film that Arrow has put out.
Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one.
So yeah, this is one I don't have the Eureka release, so I'm gonna have to look at at least I don't think I have the Eureka release, unless it was a double feature. I'll have to look. Next up, Witness from 1985 is coming on 4K in the US and Canada from Arrow, and this one, this might be one of my most exciting things from Arrow in a long time. I love this movie. I think this might be Harrison Ford's best acted film. Real big fan of this one. This is going to have a new commentary by Jarrett Gahan, new video interview with the cinematographer John Seal, new visual essay on the film's performances by Stacy Lane Wilson. There's some vintage interviews in which Harrison Ford discusses Witness with the critic Bobby Wygant. Between Two Worlds, a 5-part archival documentary on the making of the film featuring interviews with everybody associated with it, basically. Some other archival interviews, some vintage EPK featurettes, deleted scene from the network TV version of the film. And then the limited packaging is going to have a 60-page perfect bound book illustrated by Tommy Pocket featuring new writing by Dennis Kapichik, Martin Contario, John Harrison, and Amanda Reyes. What do you think of Witness?
I think it's ironic how much technology has gone into this Amish story. Yeah, this is a really taut thriller. I love the way it kind of sparked a brief subgenre of fish out of water thrillers, like Stranger Among Us with Melanie Griffith and stuff like that. It's funny. I'm looking at the picture of Lucas Haas as a kid, and my wife and I are working our way through season 3 of The Righteous Gemstones, which Lucas Haas is in as a grown-up, and he kind of looks the same.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Witness is great. I mean, this is, when Peter Weir came to Hollywood from doing kind of art house movies, art house thriller and horror in Australia. This was, I think, a really kind of showed that he could make that transition to like a studio film and still have his imprint on it.
Yeah.
So Witness is this is a very big release. I'm kind of surprised. I was not expecting it. Certainly not in 4K anytime soon.
I also wouldn't expect it from a boutique normally. I kind of thought that the studio would have put this out, especially with it being Harrison Ford's only Oscar nomination. Next up is a little film called The House by the Cemetery. Arrow is releasing this one on 4K in the UK, and you are going to have 2 different options. You've got their wide release that they're putting out, and then the original art version that they're doing that you can only get from the Arrow site. This is going to port over all of the special features, I believe, from the Blue Underground release. And then this is going to have new writing on the film by Roberto Curti, some up-and-coming author called Stephen Thrower, I think is how you pronounce it, Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, and Rachel Nisbet, which, by the way, that is like a powerhouse writing team. I'm very, very interested just in the booklet on this release. But Arrow also did tweet out that they used the same scan as Blue Underground, but they did 2 little pieces of what they think are significant restoration on this that is different than the Blue Underground. There were some timing issues that they fixed on this. So if you want the definitive release, technically, this might be a very slight upgrade over the Blue Underground release. So, yeah, we will check that out eventually. You want to talk about House by the Cemetery at all?
I've never heard of it. No, yeah, this is actually I don't know too many people who say this, but this is. I mean, The Beyond is definitely my favorite Fulci, but House by the Cemetery at times is my number 2. And then I'll watch like Zombie and be like, no, Zombie's my number 2. But then I just love. It's a little slower, but I love the atmosphere in this one. It's right up there with Gates of Hell, City of the Living Dead. A good double feature with that if you can stay awake, because they're both a little bit slower. Yeah, I love the imagery. The annoying kid, Dr. Freudstein. There's this great metal band, Gore Lord, that samples this film liberally. So I've got a lot of times when I watch this movie, I'll hear dialogue and then I'll hear like some death metal riffs in my head because I'm recognizing from the song.
Man, we got to talk about Fulci at some point, you and I, because I swear I have like the very dissenting opinion that I think The Beyond is like number 5 or 7, probably.
You go to hell, Ryan.
I've been there because that's my number 1, The Gates of Hell. I love City of the Living Dead.
Yeah, it is great. Well, I'll be happy to do a top 5 or top 10 Fulci with you. I've got about 30 of his movies at this point.
We'll get you there for compared to Franco some point.
Oh, here we go.
Well, let's discuss some Hellraiser. October 23rd in the UK only, which is notable because their original release of the Hellraiser trilogy and that really fancy box that they did, that was a US and UK release. So this one is only UK, which means, is somebody going to put this out in the US? Could it be Scream Factory? Could it be Arrow in 6 months after everybody imports the UK version?
Well, all right, here's the important question. Does the Arrow have lobby cards?
Yes, and they don't charge an extra $40 for them.
All right, well, then we know the answer.
So this is being called the Quartet of Torment. And this is going to have the first 4 Hellraiser films all on 4K. And of course, they are doing a store exclusive version with this Chatterer artwork, which is really nice. I do admit that I prefer the Pinhead version, I think. So I'm glad that that's the wide release. Features on this set had to go into the next post because there are so many of them. So we've got English subs on all of them. Of course, new 4K restorations of all 4 films from the OCNs. So they should look basically as good as they possibly could. There's going to be a 200-page hardback book with new writing from Clive Barker archivist Phil and Sarah Stokes. And yeah, this looks incredible. We got a new commentary featuring genre historian and unit publicist of Hellraiser, Stephen Jones, with author and film critic Kim Newman. That's a cool pairing. I'm glad that Kim Newman is doing that. I think we're going to talk about Kim Newman a lot tonight. We got a bunch of the archival stuff, multiple archival commentaries. There's going to be a lot on this. And then the big thing, something called Power of Imagination, a new 60-minute discussion about Hellraiser and the work of Clive Barker by film scholars Sorcha Niflan, that's probably not how you say that, and Carmel Neparth. Then there's a new visual essay celebrating the Lament configuration by genre author Alexandra Benedict. A new 60-minute discussion as well between acclaimed horror authors Paula D. Ashe and Eric LaRocca, celebrating the queerness of Hellraiser and the importance of Clive Barker as a queer writer. New visual essay exploring body horror and transcendence in the work of Clive Barker by genre author Guy Adams. Newly uncovered extended EPK interviews with Clive Barker and stars of the film. We got a new introduction by Stephen Jones and Kim Newman with that. We've got the original 1987 electronic press kit. There's archival interviews. There are so many things on this, and that's just for the first film.
Wow.
I do want to say that this is missing the Leviathan documentary from the Scarlet Box.
Oh,
So it's really great that this has so much, but it is missing that documentary, which people loved. And I do think there's some other like short featurettes or maybe short films or something like that that were in that first one that's missing as well.
oh, that's a quandary for me who was about to sell my Scarlet Box.
Let's see.
I think most people agree that Hellbound Hellraiser 2 is like best of the series, but the first Hellraiser, I mean, and it's so true. The kind of feeling that Clive Barker creates, the what do I want to call it? The sexual tension as I look into the kitchen and see my wife. Um,
Sweet.
of the original Hellraiser. We love Hellraiser, don't we, honey?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Love it.
Mm-hmm. You know, Hellraiser 3, appropriately subtitled Hell on Earth, was filmed here in Greensboro and parts of High Point, North Carolina. And so it's always a treat watching that movie because there are elements of downtown, or there are scenes in the downtown like rampage that are recognizable for those of us who live around here.
Interesting. I had no idea about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got some people asking where are the Barker short films. So yeah, it must be short films that they're missing.
Ah, shoot. Does that mean I have to keep my Scarlet Box?
I mean, perhaps.
Daggone it, man.
More features on this. Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, new commentary with Stephen Jones and Kim Newman on that one as well. Archival commentaries galore. We've got a new 80-minute appreciation of Hellbound, the Hellraiser mythos, and the work of Clive Barker by horror authors George Daniel Lee and Kit Power. New appreciation of composer Christopher Young's scores for Hellraiser and Hellbound, Hellraiser 2 by Guy Adams. On-set interviews that are archival with Clive Barker, the cast and crew. Behind-the-scenes footage. Some just tons of archival stuff on this one. And then Hellraiser 3, we've got the alternative unrated version, which contains Saturn definition inserts.
Oh.
New commentary featuring Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. Again, archival commentaries. Doug Bradley is on one with the director Anthony Hickox on the unrated version. Previously unseen extended EPK interviews with Clive Barker and Doug Bradley. And then some dailies, some more archival stuff. And then another post, and this one says new commentary for part 4 with Peter Atkins with Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. There's a new featurette exploring the Cenobites' connection to goth fetish cultures and BDSM. Newly uncovered work print version of the film, providing a fascinating insight into how it changed during post-production, which is probably the most exciting part about this, because I don't think that's been released anywhere before.
Yeah.
And then we got an archival documentary on the evolution of the franchise and its enduring legacy, featuring interviews with Scott Derrickson, Rick Boda, Stuart Gordon, and others.
Wow.
And lots of like very appreciative items on this with people just explaining the legacy of it. This looks pretty incredible.
Yeah, like I said, I got my pre-order in today. So
let's see. We've got some comments to go over. Let's see. Film blogger Sam, Film blogger Sam is here live. What's going on, Sam? I think Hellbound is the best in the series, but it's very, very close between that and the first one. Celeste says Hellraiser 2 is fucking good, but it's the OG for me all day.
Celeste always has the definitive statement. So every time a Celeste comment goes up, even if I just said the opposite, I'm like, no, actually, I'm with you.
Kerry Mulligan, I love Roger Ebert's Hellraiser 2 review. He hates it so much and takes it personally. Sibner is not a fan of the fold-out holder of the discs, and I kind of agree on that. I wonder, they probably did that because of the 200-page book, and they're trying to keep it a somewhat manageable size, but at the same time, do some of those thin cases that they've been doing and Indicator's been doing. That would have been nice.
Yeah, I hope that's a sturdy fold out. Otherwise, the book could crack a disc.
Yeah. Wow. Jesus Wept has to be one of my favorite moments in movie history. I would agree there
for sure.
Sibner says, I thought at first I'd lost my mind. I thought at first that Ryan had lost his mind with all those posts. Then I realized that you had to get all the special features in there. And that's the thing. I've actually talked to a couple people about this in the last couple of weeks. People wondering why sometimes when I'm posting announcements, it takes so long. And it's because I'm trying to give explicit attention to everything about the release, because other accounts that share announcements are just like, hey, OCN announced 20 partner labels. Here's all of them. And no, each of those are a lot of hard work that went into every single release. So I definitely want to highlight them for sure. Let's see. Ragnar, why do they have to mention he is queer? What does that have to do with anything to do with the movies? A whole lot, actually. There is a ton of queer subtext in all of Clive Barker's films, but primarily the Hellraiser films. This is a very queer celebrated cinema box set. You want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, especially coming out in '87, when at that time, the word queer was a slur,
right?
and we were still referring to AIDS as like gay cancer and all these awful things that were coming from. Celeste has a perfect point that there's a whole video about it, and I would defer to that video actually. But Clive Barker kind of brought a sensibility that had previously been deep underground into this mainstream moment, and brought the style and the sexiness and the sort of sadomasochistic allure of these particular elements of gay subculture. And I mean, it's influenced music and fashion and horror ever since. It's and you can enjoy it. You can come into it and just be like and not notice any of that stuff and just enjoy it. And that's fine, but it's an important part of what the vision and legacy of the films are.
And not only that aspect, but the amount of references that have been used for queer culture and gay cinema and fashion, and not, what is the best way to say this, in a sense normalizing sexuality just in a way that doesn't scapegoat people that have kinks, because kink culture is something that is bonded with this film quite a lot, actually. And absolutely nothing wrong with that. So much of this has been something that has emboldened people to be out and about, and not only just through queer, but just through allowing themselves to speak their mind and be proud of their sexuality.
Yeah.
Let's see. I am going to, I probably should have done this a minute ago, but everybody should open up this link in the chat in a new tab and watch Celeste's video as soon as this is over, of course. We've got a long ways to go still. So yeah, save that one up for later. And yes, I completely agree with Sibner here. Films can be more than films, and not only can they be, 99.999% of the time, they are more than films, and that is okay. Rainbow Library, love you guys for recognizing the importance of queer representation in art. It's one of the most important parts of this whole series.
It is kind of funny that these two gigantic cisheads are like, yeah, man, this is really important queer stuff. But
white cisheads also.
Yeah, but that's also a sign of the as bad as things are right now, this is also a sign of the progress that's been made.
Right.
So
carrying on, since we've only gone over 8 posts. Yeah. September 26th, Welgo is releasing Gangnam Zombie. I'd never heard of this. This is from this year, and yeah, Welgo puts out a lot of those Asian films that don't get releases elsewhere, so that's great. But I don't know about that one. We'll see. Here's an important movie. Kino Lorber gave us some details on their 4K release of Cujo that they announced earlier this year. That is coming on October 24th, and this is pretty well stacked with everything you could almost ask for on this. And the crazy thing is, there's nothing new here, but this is like the definitive release of Cujo. It looks like they've got pretty much all of the archival extras that I can remember from the past releases. And one of the more important ones, it's got the newer commentary by Lee Gambin, who's done a lot with Animal Attack stuff. So, what do you think of Cujo, Will?
You want to know a secret?
You've never seen it?
I've never seen it.
What?
Well,
What?
now seems like the time to do it.
Yeah.
It was just, what year did it come out?
This is an 83.
83. So I was 5 years old when it came out, and I know I've seen like scenes of it on like TBS growing up, but I just, at the video store where I worked, I think that we didn't have that tape or something. It must have been stolen or broken and never got replaced. So I never watched it when I was kind of first getting into movies, and then just never got around to it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
Seems like lots of the chat have never gotten around to it either. So that's interesting. Dude McMahon says, I don't like double dipping, but will gladly upgrade that junky olive release of Cujo. I get that. I think it would be tough to justify the upgrade if you had the Eureka, especially the limited one with the book and everything. But yeah, if you only had the olive, this is a must. I get that. Griff is asking, is the slip for Cujo the same as the case art? If you can remember this, this is how I do my Kino Lorber post. If there's only one picture in the post, the slipcover art is the same as the art on the artwork on the sleeve. If there's more than one picture, then that means there's going to be different art on the inside. I don't want to post basically the same picture twice, so I only do it one at a time like that. Let's see. Mandatory mention that Stephen King doesn't remember writing Cujo. Cocaine and alcohol. Gotta love it. Let's see. Looks like a dog of a release.
Oh.
Just got the Eureka. Christian, sorry about that.
That's funny.
Dead Sea Life says, Will has watched Alien Resurrection 16 times and Cujo never.
That sounds about right. Including in the theater on its original release. Alien Resurrection.
And I got to throw out love for another movie that's about to come out, I think in September, but Scream Factory is releasing The Pack, which is basically a dog attacks movie, but as a pack rather than just one dog like Cujo. And it has like the big iconic scene from Cujo pretty much came from The Pack. It's almost ripped entirely from it. I kind of think The Pack might be a better movie. Love that movie. Pick that one up. It is pretty damn good.
I heard it's got some cool extras too. I'm excited about that release.
Anthony, am I getting this one for Asuda? I don't know because I've got my limited Eureka release. Next up, August 29th, Crime and Punishment in Suburbia is coming from MGM. This is a 2000 film with no special features. I've never seen this. Have you seen this one?
Was that Ben Affleck?
It is, I think. Maybe not. No, it's not. It's Monica Keena, Vincent Carthese, and Ellen Barkin.
So that's Ellen Barkin?
Yeah, I think so. It's not great artwork on this.
That looks like Ben Affleck to me.
Sibner thought I was serious. No, it is not Ben Affleck. And then Sibner wanted to point out, I'm sorry, Dr. Dodson, what was that about a dupe negative the other night?
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up because I thought that was a quality joke. I'm proud of it, and I will tell it again whenever I get a chance.
The best part is that you literally said, I've been holding on to this for an hour, and then nobody was like,
Well, it got messed up because Brad Henderson violated the first rule of joke telling, which is when you say like, what does X say? Why did X cross the road? You don't give an answer. It's a joke. You're supposed to say, why or what. It's like they say, like, how many English majors does it take to screw in a light bulb? And people are like, 4. And people mess everything up.
It's funny. My youngest Spencer has started telling jokes and loves jokes, and just like screwing with somebody, like when they're yawning and you stop their yawn and they feel like they can't get it out. I've started screwing with him, and every time he goes to tell a joke, I do the same thing. He'll ask the question, and I'll give an answer, and then immediately do something else, like I just explained it to him. And he's like, "No, wait, there's more."
That's so cruel.
Of course, when he tells me, I laugh like crazy. All right, Kino Lorber is 1964's. How do you pronounce this, Will? You're the expert here.
How do you pronounce Top Cappy? No, I'm just kidding.
It's so white.
Because I haven't seen this film. Top Copy? Is it Top Copy?
That sounds right to me. Yeah.
But I'm excited about it because this is a Jules Dawson movie. Oh, here we go. DC Ebner, Topeki. That sounds way better than both of the things that I said.
But there's a P at the end there.
Topapi.
Top.
Wait, DC Ebner's wrong.
Copy. Topkipi.
I'm gonna look it up on our pronunciation.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You go through the extras and I'll find out.
We don't know extras yet. This is just coming eventually. Eli Cortez says, "What's up, everyone? What are your thoughts on why we don't have Stephen King's Night Flyer on Blu-ray? If I remember right, I think Night Flyer is owned by HBO, or maybe it's even somebody like Rubenstein or something like that also has it."
I got it.
Huh.
I mean, I know the Night Flyer is important, but
tell me.
I'm going to say this just like Jan Hooks saying Adobe in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Top Copy.
Top Copy. That's easy.
No. Top Copy. It's the emphasis is on the second syllable.
On the ka, got it.
Yeah, your emphasis is on the wrong syllable.
Top Copy, got it.
Top Copy.
All right, so Kino Lorber will release Top Copy from 1964 at some point. This is directed by Jules Dawson, who did Rafifi, so it's got to be directed pretty well. Next up, there is a Kickstarter out for this Wings Hauser documentary called Working Class Actor. Yes. This is done by Steve Mitchell, who's the same one that did the King Cohen documentary and has done a bunch of special feature work. They are completing production on this. It is a feature-length documentary of the life and career of renowned actor Wings Hauser. Dark Star Pictures will distribute this eventually, produced by La La Land Entertainment around the world upon its completion. They've shot 40-plus hours of footage with Wings and many personalities in his universe, and they're currently hard at work editing, but they'd love your help to secure even more great interviews, as well as complete post-production on this. There are a lot of costs with documentaries that people don't tend to think about, but this is really damn cool. This is still open, and the link is in all of my posts that I sent out there.
My daughter here is a huge Wings Hauser fan, always has been. We support this.
For 30 years.
For 30 years.
I love it.
All right. Gotta get up early, Mark.
Dude says King Cohen is a great documentary. Never a big Wings Hauser fan, but I did just watch The Emerald Forest for the first time. Nice.
Oh my gosh. In my intro to film studies course, I always include the vampire movie Pale Blood, which Vinegar Syndrome puts out. And every time I show it, at least one person is like, I am now a Wings Hauser fan.
I love it. Oh gosh, getting word that Imprint just announced. We could have included them as well tonight, but it's a little late. Discotech is releasing Street Fighter 2 on 4K, the animated film. And I got to admit, this is really cool that they're doing this. This is going to be a brand new 4K HDR transfer. The HDR really helps the dark spots on this film, which there's a lot. One of the best looking UHD and HDR anime discs ever produced. Their restorationist said that he almost died erasing all of the dust and dirt. There's still the film cell dirt, but the film dirt itself should be eradicated. All of the language and dub options are going to be there from the previous Blu-ray release. 3 newly added Japanese trailers that they found too late to include in the old release, and they're going to have a lot in this one. This looks good. No date on it yet, but fairly soon.
Wow. I've never seen it, but I would be excited to.
Anthony wants to know, for Discotech, are the slipcovers always shrink wrapped with their releases? If anybody knows, please give him an answer, because I don't remember for sure, but I think so. Discotech is also releasing, as part of the Neon Nights line, The Amazing Lives of the Fast Food Grifters from 2006. This is the first time on Blu-ray anywhere in the entire world. This is a historical dramedy. Incredible alternate reality noir inspired by episode 99 of Urusei Yatsura. This will combine photos with puppetry animation, which sounds really interesting. Lots of stuff on this. They've got the soundtrack. Extras include a feature-length documentary on Super Live-Mation, extensive liner notes, theatrical trailer, and a discussion with Oshii on character development. This is pretty cool. Discotech does a lot of stuff on this.
Wow, yeah. I have nothing on these.
Next up, this was not really an announcement. I just wanted to remind everybody about this because this is definitely going to be flying under people's radar this year, and it should not. SRS Cinema has a pre-order up right now for The Whale God. This is the first time ever released in North America. This is going to be a Region A locked disc, but it's the first time, again, anywhere that you could get this. It is a pressed Blu-ray. It will not be shipping until late November or December. So keep in mind, if you pre-order that, this is going to have a bunch of stuff on this, including like a video essay called Whales in Japanese Folklore by Eugene Alejandro. This is going to have a Moby Dick or the Whale in Japan by Henning Strauss. And it's supposed to be pretty damn great. I've heard a lot of great things. And there's even a, if I remember right, a 35 millimeter print that's been going around the U.S. recently. So that would be really cool to catch, I'm sure.
I'm really enamored by this cover art.
It's really nice.
Yeah. And, I'm a sucker for any Moby Dick type stuff too. So I'll definitely check this out.
I was typing a comment. Sorry.
This is SRS too. I'm so used to them just being like Jess Franco shot on video movies.
Yeah, that was funny. They've actually started branching out into some random like 3 or 4 releases a year are just amazing cinema. Like they got what was it? They got the first kaiju film, I think they were releasing, something like that.
Yeah, I think we talked about this before because every time I see SRS Cinema and it's not an SOV or digital type thing, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
So that's great. That's cool.
Brian is going to watch Possession for the first time. Enjoy.
Well, we'll be talking about that later, won't we?
Oh, yeah. Yellow Jacket Season 2 is getting a Blu-ray release. I've not seen either season of this, but I hear it's really good, and I hear that the fans are really divided on which season is better, so I kind of want to watch it soon.
I saw season 1. It was all right. I don't think I need to do a rewatch, but now that I've watched season 1, I kind of have to watch season 2. Performances are great. All the critics that highlighted the performances of both the actors performing the teen roles and of course the older adult roles, uniformly good, great performances. I'm after having seen season 1 but not season 2, I'm really wondering where the story is going.
Right.
And I hope it doesn't go somewhere dumb. But it sounds like people are happy with season 2, so I'll check it out. We briefly had access to Showtime streaming, and then we didn't, so I was kind of pissed. But maybe I'll just check out the Blu-ray.
All right. Next up, Kino announced that they are releasing Sea of Love on 4K from 1989. This is going to be a new HDR and Dolby Vision master from a 4K scan of the 35mm OCN. Big cast in this: Al Pacino, Ellen Barkin, John Goodman, Michael Rooker, William Hickey, Richard Jenkins. This is directed by Harold Becker, who did The Onion Field, The Black Marble, Malice. I can't remember if I've seen The Sea of Love.
Every time I saw the box art in the video store as a teenager, the Tears for Fears song "Seeds of Love" would start playing in my head. That song has nothing to do with this film, and yet it's playing in my head right now.
Are we sure it has nothing to do with it? Because that background, that could be Seeds of Love.
It does kind of look like a sperm, yeah, doesn't it? If you're listening to this on podcast, Google the cover art of Sea of Love and post a comment voting whether or not you think that is a sperm dropping on Pacino's head.
Oh, wow. Joe Jack says Wings Hauser was trying to avoid John DeHart, so his family told DeHart he was dead.
Oh, my gosh.
And I guess that led to Brad Henderson tweeting that Wings Hauser was dead. Wow. All right. There's all kinds of stuff coming from Imprint, it sounds like. Sea of Love is sexy fun, says Kerry Mulligan. Ooh. Never saw Sea of Love because it was marketed like an adult film, says Dude McMahon. I just remember my neighbor, who's a local conservative pastor, loved it. I love that comment through and through. Oh, man. Tears for Fears are underrated. Of course they are. Next up. Oh, man. Let's talk about this one. Paramount is releasing Halloween H2O 20 years later on September 26th, or H20, whatever the right way to say it. They're releasing a 4K Steelbook. I don't think they've announced the features yet, but this design on the Steelbook, eh? How many copies of this do you have pre-ordered, Will?
I got that box set that I guess Scream Factory put out that had all the Halloweens plus the Rob Zombie ones, which I definitely don't need.
Oh, bull. Those movies are great.
Oh, let's do a defense of the genre about Rob Zombie movies. I'll go hard against every one of them.
Happily.
I liked H2O though. I remember seeing it in the theater when it came out, and that shot on the right there of Michael looking through the peephole in the door at Jamie Lee Curtis, I thought was such a cool shot. It was cool to see Steve Miner. Right, that's who directed this, right? Steve Miner. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Directing this. I thought LL Cool J was good in the movie. I also liked the fact that LL Cool J did not beat Michael Myers in a martial arts fight like Busta Rhymes did in the next film. I appreciate that LL had the humility to go down when Michael Myers came for him.
Right.
I think H2O is one of the better sequels. And it looked good, so I might consider an upgrade. I'll probably eventually upgrade the first 6 and 7. I don't know about 8. I guess it's some. Well, Scream Factory did the smart thing by putting all the crappy later sequels together in a box set for 4K upgrades. That was actually smart. I'll probably do that at some point.
I think that the studio forced them to do that.
Yeah, because nobody's going to buy a 4K of 8 by itself.
Yeah, exactly. I also really enjoy Halloween H20 or H2O, whatever it's called. Yeah. I think that it's really well done for the most part. I think Janet Leigh coming back is
that was so cool.
Kind of really interesting. Really happy that it was made when it was made. I think that it was kind of like a capture lightning in a bottle moment that they couldn't do even a year before or a couple years after. I think Josh Hartnett's hair is maybe the most offensive thing in this.
But you know what, though? Josh Hartnett looked like he could have been Jamie Lee Curtis's kid.
He did, absolutely.
I thought that was good casting.
Do you have 3 top Rob Zombie films, Will?
I remember kind of liking The Devil's Rejects, but I haven't seen it since its theatrical release. I thought, okay, yeah, that's it.
I will say, I actually have an answer because I appreciate his filmmaking, unlike Will here. Lords of Salem is his best directed film by a long shot. It is
I know
easily,
you like that movie. Yeah.
and it's not even my favorite, but it's his objectively best film, and it's easily Sherry Moon Zombie's easily her best performance ever.
I'm gonna watch that one again just because you've spoken so highly of it. Now there are a couple of his movies I haven't seen yet, so I will never say a movie is bad that I haven't seen.
I've still not seen The Munsters, and I know I need to see that. People I know that like Rob Zombie like I do actually seem to appreciate it, so I'm eager to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, I think, is one of his top 3 best movies, and it is incredible. I think it is overhated by far. There's nothing that is of merit with people complaining about it so much. And I will say, justice for House of a Thousand Corpses. I think that Devil's Rejects came out and people fell in love with that in a way that was interesting, but I think that the way they set up the entire mythology of the Firefly family, I actually really like, and it feels a little more grindhouse than Devil's Rejects, which I think fits Rob Zombie's style a lot more.
I tell you what, I'll go back and I'll do a full filmography rewatch sometime this year. And then maybe around New Year's or Valentine's Day we can do a Rob Zombie.
After your let's see, what you were going through 2 different directors, right?
4. I'm doing
4 at once.
Yeah, I'm doing Scorsese, Schrader, Woody Allen, and Francis Ford Coppola.
Okay, I remembered Scorsese and Woody Allen. I didn't remember the others.
Right, because the reason they're together is Schrader, obviously, because he wrote several of Scorsese's films, and Coppola and Allen did the triptych film New York Stories with Scorsese, so that's why I'm watching them all together. So I'm at The Rain People for Coppola, After Hours, the 4K for Scorsese, Cat People 4K for Schrader, and Zelig, which I've watched the first half and then had to turn it off for some reason, but so far is my favorite Woody Allen movie.
Can I just point out that we have 100 Instagram posts tonight, and we just spent like 9 minutes on Halloween H2O talking about Rob Zombie.
You're the facilitator, man.
I know, but this was very, very, very fun and engaging.
You got us through those anime titles I didn't know anything about real quick.
Yeah, but we both love this, and I love Rob Zombie, so why not?
Okay.
Let's see. John Peters says this was a good requel. David said, didn't Shark Factory put this out on 4K? They did. Film blogger Sam is agreeing with me. I will fight for Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Put him up. Let's see. Sibner says everyone should watch Jamie Lee Curtis talk about how she got tricked into doing this one. Ash is crying out for Lords of Salem. It's so good. Let's see. H2O, so much fun, and the ending is superb from the Rainbow Library. David Holland is willing to fight film blogger Sam. Oh, what else? Let's see.
Okay, this is going to be a long episode, isn't it?
It will be, but that's fine. All that is man, we are not going to talk about Via Vision tonight. That'll be for next week, unfortunately. Sibner says, I've never hated anything more than I hated Hartnett's hair at this time. Maybe Osama bin Laden, but Hartnett's hair is easily number 1. And what's funny is it looked like he left the set of the faculty to come film Halloween H2O.
Yeah, like same wardrobe and everything.
Yeah, easily. Zombies Ate My Arm says Devil's Rejects, Halloween 2, and Lords of Salem with the big honorable mention to House of a Thousand Corpses. Are we the same? Thank you, Zombies Ate My Arm. You're amazing.
Now, I will say I have not seen Zombies Halloween 2 because I hated Halloween 1 so much.
People hate it because it is very like almost like mystical. There's scenes with the white horse, and they're like, "What the hell is this?" It's zombie actually trying something, and it's super interesting.
Well, that's mystical would have been welcome. I was like, why are we? It was the psychology of the kid and the motivation and all that crap. I was like, have we? Oh,
I love this comment. Ronnie says, "Just Googled Hartnett's hair in H2O, and good God."
now I got to do it too.
Silent Mandible says, "Not a Rob Zombie fan, but I'm glad he was able to make the monsters. That seemed like 100% something he really wanted to do." Absolutely. Do we think Rob Zombie doesn't care about 4K? Has Surprise 2000 Corpses and others haven't been upgraded yet? I'm willing to bet they didn't like properly store a lot of his films. Who knows what the elements are like at this point?
Now, don't get me wrong. I am grateful for the career of Rob Zombie, and just because I don't necessarily get into his stuff, I'm glad anytime a horror kid can carve out a place and you know, rise the tide. You know, what is it? A rising tide lifts all boats. I'm always happy when anybody is successful in the genre. So don't think I'm hating on Zombie just because I don't like him. I'm just kidding.
Rainbow Library says, "Yeah, Rob Zombie's Halloween is very meh, but his Halloween 2 is creative and atmospheric."
I'm more of a Sean Isolt fan.
I don't even know that name.
She was the bass player for White Zombie, and she's in this awesome.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
She's in this awesome surf rock horror band called Famous Monsters.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Talk to Me, the newest A24 smash hit, is coming out in the UK on 4K on October 23rd. It is also getting a steelbook release. You can get the 2-disc steelbook now, or you can order the standard 4K. I have not been talking much about the films that are under the strike right now, but A24 is also one of those films that was allowed to work on some projects after the strike because they agreed to the standards of the Writers Guild and the SAG-AFTRA. So I will shout out Talk to Me. It was actually really great, and I hope people check it out. I will go ahead.
So I was confused when this got released because I was like, isn't that like a Cassie Lemons movie with Don Cheadle? And then I realized it was same title, different movie.
Happens too much.
Yeah.
I will speak a lot more on the post-strike films post-strike. Next up, Scream Factory announcements. These have been leaked last week, and I'm glad that we finally get to talk about them. Night of the Demons, the original, coming on 4K on October 3rd from Scream Factory. And this is actually getting some interesting updates from their previous stuff. We've got Dolby Vision on this, audio commentary with the director, all the stuff that was on that last one. But then on the Blu-ray, they've got some new stuff. Interview with actor Jill Terashita, the Halloween Party work print. That's the first time that's been released. And then the Halloween Party alternate title card, and then all of the special features they had previously. So that work print is the biggest draw on this upgrade, probably. But they've also released this, 4 times now, something like that?
Yeah, something like that. And luckily, I don't have any of the previous releases, so I can do this one. Now, is it the first one or the second one that has that scene of the like lipstick container going into somebody's areola? Is it the first one or the second one?
I feel like it's the second one, but it's been a long time since I've seen either of them.
Well,
and I've still never seen the third one.
That's a good reason to run the series, I guess.
That's true. Speaking of the second and third one, they are releasing Night of the Demons 2 as well, and this is the first time they've released this on Blu-ray. This is from 1994, and funny enough, I do kind of want to highlight something that happened this time. Oh, wow. Paul says it is the first one.
Okay, thank you. Is it Linnea Quigley? I kept thinking it was a different actress.
No, it's Linnea Quigley.
All right. I mean, who did the lipstick thing?
It is, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
So for this thing, this is just like normal Scream Factory. They had said special features to be announced at a later date, or whatever they say. Features are under work. We'll let you know 2 weeks before we ship the item what the special features are. We actually had leaks. Amazon put up the back cover of the Blu-rays. So we got all of the special features that are listed on the back of the Blu-ray right now. So this did not come from Scream Factory, but they got a new audio.
Good.
What's that?
These are good features.
Yeah. New audio commentary with cast members Christy Harris, Jennifer Rhodes, Johnny Moran, and Darren Heems. New A Tale of Two Demons directors Kevin S. Tenney and Brian Trenchard Smith discuss their entries in the Demons trilogy. There's an interview with Amelia Kincaid, interview with actor Christy Harris, interview with the producer Jeff Jeffrey, and then an hour of dailies from the set. And then new Night of the Demons 2 work print with alternate scenes and extended scenes, plus a new behind-the-scenes photo gallery from the makeup effects artist Steve Johnson's archive.
Hold on a second. If your last name is Jeffrey, why the hell would you name your kid Jeffrey? That's clearly, and look, it's Jeff with a J and Jeff with a G, so clearly this guy's parents thought they were hilarious. Probably got his ass kicked a lot in school.
What would be even funnier, though, is if he was born like Richard and changed his name to Jeff. Will, if you could change your name, what would you change it to tomorrow?
Will Oswepe. If anybody catches that reference, they are super cool.
I will throw out mine and say I've already changed my name. I was actually not born Ryan.
Oh, yeah?
We'll talk about that later. Next up, Night of the Demons 3 from 1997. This is the first time in the world this has been released on Blu-ray. Yeah. So this is kind of a big one for them. And once again, these were Amazon leaks on the features. New audio commentary with the director, Jimmy Kaufman, moderated by Greg Van Abelaar. New audio commentary with the writer, Kevin S. Tenney, and the special effects artist, Roy Niram. And then interview with Jimmy Kaufman, interview with Kevin S. Tenney, interview with the producer, Jeff Jeffrey again. New interview with the actor, Amelia Kincaid. And then the alternate director's cut, completely different version of the film with extended and cut scenes in SD.
This is unbelievable. Like this is more cuts than Apocalypse Now.
Yep, on every single film. Paul says we all know Will would change his name to Franco. Dude says we had a family friend named Paul. He always said his parents weren't difficult to amuse. Simoner says, was that a Beavis and Butthead reference?
No, I'll tell you. There's this great old Saturday Night Live sketch with Dana Carvey, and I think it's Jan Hooks, and they're going to have a baby, and they're going through baby names. And Dana Carvey gets really agitated because he finds ways to make fun of every name they come up with. And then at the end, a delivery guy comes and he's got, yeah, we got some food for Asswipe, looking for Asswipe. And Carvey screams, it's pronounced Oswepe.
Dude McMahon had the reference here, it looks like.
Way to go, dude.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad this is getting an HD release. And then, of course, they had to go all in on these, and they are releasing alternate posters and slipcovers on all of them, and buying the films by themselves. The first 4K, that's $37. The second one on Blu-ray is $32. The third one on Blu-ray is $32. So if you just bought the 3 films, it would be $100.97. If you get all 3 with 6 posters and 6 slipcovers and all that stuff, plus a Prism sticker like they're doing now, $106. Then there is a bundle that you can get all of that stuff plus an enamel pin set. That is now $166. So it's $60 just for the pins. But wait, there's more. You can get all of that and add 5 full lobby cards for another $30. So the lobby cards have gone down in price.
Down
from $40 to only $30. They must have heard the ranting. Well, guess what? Yeah. Other labels in this hobby include them for free. Why are we paying $30 for lobby cards? We're not. People should not be buying these.
I feel like there should be a tube of lipstick. They really missed out on that one. If Severin were doing this, they'd do it right.
I don't understand this. Like, I appreciate the lobby cards. I would not mind having them. I want to set up a portfolio with all of mine. But for $6 or how many are there? $5? Yeah, $6 a piece.
Yeah, your portfolio would basically be like, look what a dumbass I am.
Yes. $196 for 3 films. I don't understand this. This baffles me. I don't want to rant again, but this pricing, this feels so exploitative for people that are just blind buying every single shout listing that they put up there. Which also, who is doing that? Will, are you buying all those? I'd like to know.
No, but I have made some dumb purchases at times.
I have too, but not every single one. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, horror collectors spend big money. I agree, Joe Jack, but this is embarrassing level. Then Pumpkinhead is coming on 4K. This is coming on October 10th from them. They also have this crazy pin set coming with the Prism sticker and everything. And this is where it gets even worse to me. I don't get this. The movie, you can buy a 4K of Pumpkinhead for $36, or you can spend $140 and get 5 lobby cards and an enamel pin set. $140 upgrade.
I would rather spend $140 to get Lance Henriksen to do like a cameo. I don't know,
Right?
But he probably costs more than $140 though.
$140, and the film itself is $36.
Wow.
And
you compare that to bundles like I was just thinking about Umbrella's shit. What's the name of it just escapes me.
Terrifier?
No, their bundle with that awesome Australian
Razorback?
Razorback, yes. But for $100 you get like the novel, a T-shirt,
a figure,
a figurine. I think there's a poster and like all this stuff, and it's like, oh, $100. That's a lot for a movie, but you also get like all this stuff that you can actually like justify the expense. But this is just the lobby cards are like the bane of your existence, right?
This is $104 for a sticker, 5 enamel pins, and 5 lobby cards. $104. I really want to highlight what the Rainbow Library says here. $196 is almost the price of the base TerraVision subscription, and you get 10 movies and a T-shirt and free shipping and access to their wholesale portal for $225.
Oh, you get wholesale portal too?
Oh yeah.
Man.
People never harp on the wholesale portal enough, and it is so great.
Shit. Yeah, TerraVision is pretty dope.
Roddy, what you don't know is the lobby cards are Picasso originals. This is actually an incredible deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's like if it's like Stan Winston autographed or something like that, but it's not even.
Jesus, Sibner giving us the context here. For $196, you could pre-order the second sight limited edition of Crimes of the Future, It Follows, Arrow's Hellraiser 4K set, and the 4K of Blood and Black Lace. Man.
We should say here that Pumpkinhead's a really good film and totally worth picking up, but maybe not with the bundle.
Well, and this is where I get Will on my bad side. I don't really agree. I think Pumpkinhead has good creature effects. Lance Henriksen is fun. The rest of the film is super boring.
Yeah, I could see that. I'd certainly watch it before Rob Zombie's Halloween, though.
I definitely would not. Not at all. John Peters pointing out there was times when Severn had actors sign things on their merch for cheaper.
Right?
Honestly, there was time when Screen Factory would have people sign their merch for cheaper than this. This is getting crazy. I mean, just what was it, last year or maybe the year before? Elvira signed a giant poster with her release that they put out through Scream Factory, and I think that was only like $80. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I agree. It was a bit boring. Need to rewatch. And then Celeste says, no, Pumpkinhead is sick. Yeah, I know most people are like that. All right, enough ranting and raving for the moment. Wallace and Gromit, the complete Cracking collection is coming, and I got to be honest, I kind of want this. Right after I just laid into Scream Factory. This includes A Grand Day Out, The Wrong Trousers, A Close Shave, A Matter of Loaf and Death, Cracking Contraptions, and yeah, this is great. I just hope they do the rest of those sooner than later. Let's see. Brian Shaw says throwing a motorcycle keychain.
There we go.
Do something. Next up from Shout Factory, one that's going to take a bit to cover. They're doing Shaw Brothers Classics Volume 3. This is coming on October 24th. And oh my gosh. I mean, first of all, 3 of these $140 Shaw Brothers sets in 6 months.
Yeah. Have any reviews? The first 2 have actually been released, right?
I think only the first one has released, and the second one is about to do.
Have we seen any reviews about how the pictures sound?
Supposedly, it's all pretty damn great.
Oh man, I was hoping you'd say it's terrible. So
unfortunately, yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good.
I'll go ahead and tell you now. I went through the list of films today. I don't think I've seen any of them.
Joe Jack is asking, are there still no overlap with the Arrow boxes? Correct. There is still no overlap with the Arrow boxes, and there won't be because Arrow also has the rights in the US, so they can't both be distributing the same film unless they work a handshake deal, and that's likely not going to happen between those two. But some of the ones in this were previously released by 88 Films. So if you have all of them from 88, you might have some of this. We didn't get a lot of features, but this has 11 movies, and I included all the details, so this is like 5 or 6 posts to knock out right here. First one, we're getting Killer Clans, then the Shaolin Avengers, The Web of Death, The Vengeful Beauty, then Death Duel, Life Gamble, Soul of the Sword, The Deadly Breaking Sword, Clan of the White Lotus, which I think that's one that 88 Films put out, Shaolin Abbott, Shaolin Rescuers. And if you order it from the Shout website, you get a poster. Yay.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, this is, I teach Shaw Brothers in my cult films class, and we check out a couple of key films like Enter the 36 Chambers and 36 Chamber of Shaolin, not the, I went straight to Wu-Tang. These sets, along with the Arrow sets, are like, oh my gosh, now we can do a whole class, a whole syllabus just on Shaw Brothers. I'm pretty stoked about that possibility. Though Celeste is right, the artwork on these boxes is kind of meh.
I get that, but also you kind of have to advertise 11 films. There's not a whole lot you could do with that.
Well, put a lotus flower in there or something.
Or, make the Shaw Brothers logo prominent.
Yeah.
I do want to point out the pre-order for Shaw Brothers Classics Volume 3, which is 11 films on 11 discs, cost the same amount as the Pumpkinhead 4K bundle with the pins and the lobby cards. It's the exact same price. 11 films. 2 Pumpkinhead with pins and lobby card. I said I was done. I'm sorry. Same exact price. Same price. Anyways. I had to. All right, this is a big one. I'm not into the anime of Evangelion, but a lot of people love this one. So October 17th, Shout is releasing Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.11. I don't know if that's how you say it. Thrice Upon a Time. One of these is going to be a 4K disc and then 2 Blu-ray discs with a 28-page book. All kinds of stuff in here. If you are into the anime side of the house, this looks to be pretty interesting for people that are on that side. John is asking, anyone know how many more Shaw from Shout are coming? I mean, honestly, I think we were all surprised when they did the first one, and now they've done 3. So, Celeste says, I need to watch this. It's one of the best pieces of art ever. We both just made the exact same sound, like very white males. I gotta admit, speaking of Shout animation, I'll show another pickup. I just got this Irish folklore trilogy. I think I'm going to start watching this with my kids. I got this in that Target sale that was recently. This is also a Shout release that cost way less than Pumpkinhead. Let's see. I think that might be it for Shout. No, I forgot about the Blob.
Yeah, this is a good one.
So they are also releasing the Blob on 4K. This is getting a new 4K master, and that looks to be it. I don't think there are any new special features. They're also doing this whole 2 slipcover thing, and I got to admit, the new art is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and this is a good movie. I like the Blob.
I love this movie, and after shitting on everything else, I think this is one of the more exciting 4K upgrades from them for me. Yeah. I bet this is going to look kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Everybody's excited about Evangelion. Nice. Let's go to the next one. I put up an interview this week with Brian Sauer from Pure Cinema on Just the Disc. Hope you watch it. Hope you liked it.
I did. I listened to it.
Oh, and Will didn't even know who Brian Sauer was before this week. What'd you think?
That's funny. You were like, it's like the most popular podcast in the world. I was like, I never heard.
It's
of
one it. One of the most popular movie podcasts.
I stumble on things so randomly. Yeah, it was a nice interview. I enjoyed. Well, it was funny because a lot of what he was talking about was being budget conscious and everything. So that was hitting me, but then I saw all these announcements and I was like, whoa! So
be budget conscious. Wait a minute, FOMO. Speaking of FOMO, you want to talk about a whole bunch of TerrorVision?
Oh my God.
So Will and I had Brad Henderson on the show on Tuesday. If you've not watched that, the stream is up there. You can go watch it. It's available on the podcast and all that. I hope people are interested in what they're doing right now. Oh, that's right. Celeste said, I like the conversation because Celeste got a shout out. Celeste got a shout out. Erica from Unsung Horrors got a shout out. Yeah, love you guys. I will always support you. TerrorVision, though, making kind of big waves this week.
Yeah, really. That was such a cool talk because Brad really got into not just the sort of aesthetic choices you make as a curator, but into the business decisions and into some of the technical things that they have to do as far as getting restorations done and special features done. The business side of things, how they get licenses and everything. It was really just comprehensive. And because Brad is such a generous speaker, it doesn't take much to get him rolling, right? And he gives such complete answers to everything that you really come out of it knowing a lot more about the business than you might have before watching that interview. I was really happy to be a part of that.
The Rainbow Library asked who else subscribed to TerrorVision this week. And if you watched the TerrorVision stream Monday night going into Tuesday where they announced all of these, they had said that if we get 100 subscribers by tomorrow night on the Disconnected, they will reveal this big 9-film box set coming next year. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in time, but I did hear from Brad that yesterday around 5 p.m. they did eventually get to 100. So thanks to everybody for supporting. Honestly, that's a lot, especially for a little kind of upstart label that's about to take the world by storm, I think.
Yeah.
Joe Jack says Brad needs to start his own streaming service. Griff says, I'm still on my 10-film sub. Just got my first 3 in today. Nice. All right, so let's break some of these down. First one is Malum. This is from 2023. This is a brand new film coming on 4K UHD from TerrorVision. This is shipping in September. The big thing is this is literally a remake by the same director of his film The Last Shift from like 2012 or 13 or 14. It was like around a decade ago. And basically, he never got to fulfill what his vision was at the time. And so he came back a decade later and said, I got to come in and do what I wanted. And this has gotten pretty good reviews. This is going to be a Screambox film release. And they have this partnership going with TerraVision. So we've got some aspects of, we could speculate some things that go to Screambox have the potential to come to TerraVision. They're not all guaranteed to, obviously, but possibly they could be getting some of them. And for special features, we got an introduction by Anthony DeBlasi, commentary with Anthony DeBlasi and Natalie Victoria, some deleted scenes, new captions, a 5.1 audio mix, trailer, blooper reel, reimagining his first film, The Last Shift, behind the scenes with the cast, still gallery, and then a Q&A at Texas Frightmare with the cast and crew. And again, you can order that now, and if you subscribe now, that will be a part of your subscription.
I really enjoyed The Last Shift, although he's right, like it kind of peters out at the end and doesn't quite hold together. But Juliana Harkavi's, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but her performance in the original was really good. Obviously, she's not the lead in this remake, but I'm very curious to see it because I liked The Last Shift.
Nice. Next one that you can pre-order now again is Shrek from 1990. This is a shot-on-video film. This is 3 horror movie obsessives dream up a seance to bring Max Shrek back from the dead. Unfortunately, their improvised plan actually works, and Shrek returns to wreak murderous havoc in our time and in his. This is an independent film made by Full Moon veterans Don Adams and Harry Picardi when they were just kids. Shrek represents regional filmmaking at its most raw and daring. This is TerraVision proud to present this Lost SOV shocker on Blu-ray for the first time ever, transferred from the original 3M master tape and with new special features that tell the tale behind this infamous slasher. And with that, you get a commentary with Don Adams and Harry Picardi, interviews with both of them, a promotional trailer, and new captions.
Oh, okay. Harry Picardi did Zombie Lust Night Flesh. So that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this will probably be my favorite Shrek.
I don't know. Shrek 2 is pretty good.
People say that.
I do want to highlight, since this is a shot-on-video film, I want to highlight how many people have just looked at TerraVision as a shot-on-video label, and they are so far from that. I mean, most of their releases have not even been shot on video. I don't really understand how they've gotten this reputation of just being SOV trash, as people that don't like shot on video seem to call it every single time. I also want to highlight that shot on video is not a genre, it's a format. And to say that you hate all shot on video films is such an odd thing to me. Like, there's a lot of different styles and a lot of very, very good shot on video films. I will happily admit, a lot of shot on video films are very bad. And most of them are known for bad acting.
But so are a lot of shot on film films.
Exactly. So even then, I would suggest giving some of them a try, because some of them are really great and a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, give me this over Avatar any day.
Next one that you can pick up now, there is a VHS release of Malum and Copperhead available. They announced this on their Monday night stream, and I got to admit the artwork on these are great. I'm not going to get them because I'm not a VHS head, but they look really cool. Then the next thing they have is Chocolate Strawberry Vanilla from 2014, and this is supposed to be this amazing thing that I've still not seen. This says awkward, lonely ice cream truck driver Warren Thompson, played by Glenn Maynard, has 2 major problems: an unhealthy obsession with a soap opera actress and a gang of bullies who like to savagely beat him on a regular basis. As Warren slowly slips out of reality and into a psychotic fantasy world to escape his miserable life, a darker, deadlier Warren emerges to deal with his problems and put an end to his tormentors. This is going to be on HD transfer and packed with the special features. This is the first time on Blu-ray in the US, and it will have a commentary, a making of, new captions, behind-the-scenes footage, short film, deleted scenes, trailers, Round the Black episode, and Dragon Force X season 1, I guess.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned that, because I just looked that up, because I was like, what is Dragon Force X season 1? And it is is it animated? Looks like an animated TV miniseries. Well, at least the cover makes me think it's animated. Maybe it's not though. What the hell is that?
I love that Celeste is calling this a Neapolitan slasher.
No, see, that's a good punchline.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Dragon Force X season 1 is, but it has the Round the Black episode. Next up from them is Killer from 1990, and I know a lot of people were excited about this one. A man driven mad by medical experiments loses himself in a downward spiral of cannibalism and murder as he embarks on a deadly rampage. As the body count increases, the tables are turned, and the hunter becomes the hunted when a group of locals set out to stop him. Director Tony Elwood's audacious 8mm slasher opus proves as thrilling as it is moody, outpacing its $8,000 budget by delivering the ghastly goods in 80s style. This is a new 2K transfer from the original camera negative, along with special features which tell the stories behind this regional slasher film. Due to Killer being edited on tape originally, the credits will appear updated on this restoration. So you're going to see newly restored credits there. You're going to have a commentary on this, new captions, a making of, trailers, interview with the cast and crew, bloopers and outtakes, Dumb 30 featurette, the original VHS presentation. I'm glad they're doing that. We need more of those. And then a featurette called Y2K, WHY2K.
Huh. Well, this was cheaper than El Mariachi. This is going to be legendary.
Yep. Let's see. Whip sack is like kicks ass, except it's abusing your scrotum instead of your butt. Thanks, Celeste. This release missed the opportunity for Terrorvision to include coupons for a free pint of Neapolitan ice cream. They could have hooked up with Thrifty ice cream. Yeah, Killer looks good. I've heard a lot of great things. Have not been able to see this. Then, maybe the most exciting for me, because it is sort of related to Srigala, which I just watched and happen to love. They are also putting out Escape from Hellhole from 1983. This is another of the releases from Indonesia. And this says, Indri thinks she has found her ticket out of rural life when friend Katrina shares an opportunity to relocate to the city and start life anew. What Indri doesn't know is that Katrina has sold her to wealthy businessman MG, a sadist who delights in brutalizing virgins for his own pleasure. Indri has no intent of surrendering herself to the madman, but ends up thrown into a makeshift prison where she joins a group of women being abused by carnage-hungry guards. Now it is up to Indri to lead her fellow captives in the fight for freedom and to escape from Hellhole. And this is done by Rappy Films, who also did Srigala. Rappy Films forever changed Indonesian cinema with their ambitious, often bizarre films. Escape from Hellhole blends Filipino influences into the women in prison subgenre for a wild ride that is not to be missed. This is going to be for the first time in the United States in a new 2K HD transfer from the OCN with new interviews with a handful of people, and then we got new subtitles for this one as well.
Yeah, I think Brad was talking about how Indonesian genre cinema is so like wild and wacky, and of course, any fans of Mondo Macabro already know that. So
yeah,
this is a very intriguing release. Yeah.
I did want to highlight one thing, and Brad has kind of alluded to this, and there's kind of a weird line to toe here, because I don't want to sound like I'm just telling people to buy things just to support necessarily, but Srigala, Escape from Hellhole, and then one that we're about to talk about in a minute, The Devil's Sword. These are all Indonesian films that are literally being rescued. The Devil's Sword had a DVD release from Mondo Macabro previously, but these two, Escape from Hellhole and Srigala, both coming from Rappy Films, cost a lot of money for Terrorvision to put out. And so far, Srigala has sold like shit. And the movie is a lot of fun. And the crazy thing here is if they continue to see the pattern of it not selling well, we're not going to get any more Indonesian films. I bought Srigala. I'm buying Escape from Hellhole. I'm doing my part to rescue it. I'm not telling you necessarily to, but if you're even halfway interested in these, I would suggest getting them sooner than later to speak on the fact that we want more Indonesian films saved. Because if they're not going to, the sad way to say this, if they're not even going to cover the price of putting them out, they can't sell them, period. They're losing money putting these out, literally.
Well, damn, man. Now I feel bad for blowing all my cash on those lobby cards.
Celeste says, I thought Srigala had a pretty low slip count last update I saw. I don't think so. Last I've heard is it sold at least very slowly. Just throwing that out there. And again, not trying to make anybody feel guilty or anything. Just trying to point out there, if we want to support stuff like this getting rescued, people got to buy it. And I know that announcements are exciting, and Brad has harped on this recently. People are excited about announcements, but then don't buy stuff. It's not just TerraVision. There's a lot of labels that are taking a risk on some of these titles. And even, stuff taking 6 or 8 months to sell sometimes can be the difference between, oh, we should get something like that again, or we will never touch a title like that ever again because it will cost so much money.
Damn. Now I really don't know what to do. How many more we got? 80?
Instagram post? Yeah, 80, somewhere around there.
All right, start ranking.
Well, let's go through the rest of the TerraVision stuff because they low-key announced a lot of stuff. And I didn't even mention we've got 2 LP releases coming as well, including a 3 LP release of the Monster Squad, which is going to be amazing. I'm stoked on that. Let's see. Some comments on Srigala that I didn't see here. That's why I like Mondo 2, says Couch. So it's a family film about escape to hellhole. Yes. Joe Jack, I love to see these labels go out and literally save films from other countries. Exactly. Celeste, I liked it when Brad said his recommendations for finding good physical media info online was just to listen to me because I'm always right. Well, thanks, Celeste. I appreciate that. That's hilarious. How has Escape from Hellhole sold? From what I hear, like individual sales on the titles that are up for pre-order, kind of slow right now, but also they got 100 new subscribers this week, so that helps as well. Griff just watched Regala, very fun flick, nice. 80s made consumer, hello, what's going on? Buy these so we can get Lady Terminator in 4K. From what I hear, I don't know that that's possible. I would love to see that, but I'm not sure it's possible. Yeah, I remember he said it was selling badly, but the last slip count I saw looked like it was selling about on par. Okay. I mean, it could just be that it sold very slow, and unfortunately, that is a point in it as well. With high price points, it sometimes comes down to picking 1 or 2 titles and then waiting for a sale for the others. I agree. However, I will also shout out, TerraVision is one of the cheapest, like, all-in boutiques right now. I believe you can pick up all of their Blu-rays for $24.99. Their 4K is coming out less than $30. And if you subscribe, even at the lowest tier, you're getting it for $22.50 for every title, whether it's a 4K or a Blu-ray. That's incredibly enticing. Let's see. Joe Jack says TerraVision made waves. They're the new Vinegar Syndrome, but in a good way. Yeah, I could see that. Always willing to take a chance on films like that, but the price is a factor. And Brian says, love the speedboat explosion.
Oh,
literally
sold.
Not only is it a speedboat explosion, it is a really well-filmed speedboat chase between 2 speedboats.
Nice.
It is so great. Okay, so they gave us this long list. They are putting out Inferno from 1911.
Very good.
That's a big deal for Will. They are putting out the Nailgun Massacre from 1985. Code Red released that previously, but this is going to have a 4K scan, new features. I know that some people are kind of like anti. I heard somebody call this a side grade instead of an upgrade. Since it's the same, it's a Blu-ray to Blu-ray instead of Blu-ray to 4K. Some people are hesitant to side grade. Unfortunately, that Code Red disc was kind of not great.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see this upgrade, and I don't have my Code Red disc anymore, so I'm definitely getting the this release from TerraVision. Slashers, which is this wacky like Japanese game show slasher that I can't wait to see. Will has gotten very excited 914 times since the announcement of Gatorbait and Gatorbait 2.
This should be shouted from the heavens. Like these two films are like Gatorbait 2 : Cajun Justice. These are like holy grails of Cajun exploitation, Hicksploitation, and Claudia Jennings, man. This is. I assume this will be like the flagship release of the year. These two films are so important to the genre.
Yeah. And just like I said for Srigala and Escape from Hellhole, I do kind of want to re-highlight Inferno and say, since a 1911 black and white film is a huge swing for TerraVision.
Oh, and it's gorgeous too. It's gorgeous.
And if you want to see more of those, you got to buy it.
And films like that really demonstrate that, you know, D.W. Griffith is not the beginning of cinema.
Right.
And this is an Italian film, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
After Gatorbait and Gatorbait 2, they announced the entire City Lights catalog, which is going to include some of the following. I believe Brad said on the show on Tuesday that it didn't include 5, and I already released 1. So it could include Virgins of Sherwood Forest, Josh and Sam, Zarita Passions Avenger, Death by Dialogue, Hollowgate is definitely including Hollowgate and Mayhem, Emperor of the Bronx, Right to Die, LA Crackdown is definitely included, Fresh Kill is definitely included,
Fresh Kill,
the Killing Game, Dance or Die, Heat Street, Epitaph, and LA Crackdown 2.
Dose.
That's a lot of stuff. And that's one company. Then, even more, we're not done yet.
More.
America's Deadliest Home Video from 1993, The Devil's Sword that I just mentioned a minute ago from 1984, another big title from the likes of Gatorbait, Rocktober Blood.
Yeah, Beverly Sebastian.
That is finally getting its release, and they kind of bungled the release of that they had announced like a decade ago or whatever. So hopefully this is the redemption that people are dying to hear. Let's see.
Well, the next big title, hashtag Restore the Wynorski Verse.
Papatopoulos being put out just for Will himself. Then, did I say it wrong? What did I say?
You said Papatopoulos.
Okay, good.
I just said it again.
That excited. Got it. The Hammer is making a presence for TerraVision in Black Cobra and Black Cobra 2. They're putting out Wood Chipper Massacre, which is getting saved, basically. That's hardly anybody's been able to see that recently. Door, that is an Asian flick from 1988. Shadows Run Black, Hell's Highway from 2002, Blood Car from 2007. One of my most excited from all of these, The Children of Violent Rome from 1976. This is supposed to be amazing. I had read about this years ago, have not been able to see it. This is going to be like the definitive release of this film. Tiger Joe from 1982, and then Last Blood from 1984.
Hold on, I'm getting ready for my satanic ritual here.
The big thing is this was all a part of 13 weeks of Halloween, and every Tuesday from now until Halloween, they are announcing stuff. So it is going to be announcing features for these, putting stuff up for pre-order, but also this isn't even everything they're releasing. They're releasing new stuff that is not on this list.
Crazy.
Which is wild. Joe Jack says, I was intrigued when the mayor said they were including multiple soundtracks for Inferno. That's awesome. It is. I think they're doing like 4 scores on that disc. Literally 4 scores. Is Newly Dead's included? I believe that was hinted at. I'm not entirely sure yet. Let's see. Chris Haskell says, oh, Chris is here from They Live by Film. What's going on? Chris and Will have had a couple wonderful conversations, by the way. Go check out the They Live by Film podcast with Will on there. In Louisiana, gator baiting too much makes you grow hair on your palm. That's everywhere.
I thought it made them scaly.
Celeste, am I a TV subscriber? I am at the moment. I did the 10 and that just ran out, and then I did another 10. I'll see after that. I'm getting very broke, and I'm still supposed to be moving eventually. I don't know when that's happening, but not entirely sure. Door sounds great. Apparently a Japanese giallo. Yeah, something like that. Joe Jack says Tiger Joe is an Antonio Margheriti film, one of the wildest Italian filmmakers. And
Love
then
Margaretti.
the I just lost the title. The Black Cobra titles, wasn't one or two of those. 3 and 4 were done by
Umberto Lenzi did one.
Lenzi did one, and like not D'Amato, but somebody else.
And not Antonio Margheriti. It was like Eduardo Margheriti, and I don't know if they're related. I have to look that up.
Summoner says, Will, you look like A from Pretty Little Liars. Take the hood down.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither. Let's see. Does anyone know when Inferno is being released? This is not a guarantee, but I believe they're trying to shoot for all of these to be out by like Halloween or November, somewhere around there.
Oh, right. Stelvio Messi directs.
That's the other one. Yeah.
It is Eduardo Margheriti who did number 3, I believe. And Umberto Lenzi did.
Chris, here for Will. Is this a movie show?
Hey, Chris. Hey, I just listened to your great interview with Andrew Furtado, which I think was 2 or 3 episodes ago on They Live by Film, but it was a really good interview. I really enjoyed it. Nice job.
Stan is trying to stump for me to move to LA. I don't think a handful of people would appreciate that after I said I'm trying to go to the East Coast. Yeah, TerraVision. Before we move along, wanted again to shout out the love for the wholesale side. When you subscribe, you get access to their wholesale portal for their cassettes, for their LPs, for all of their merch, including their shirts. It is what, and you can get multiple copies of the films. You can get one of the Blu-rays at wholesale price if you are a subscriber, which is not what you get when you subscribe to some of these other companies. So there's a lot of really, really great incentives to being a subscriber with TerraVision. Again, not really trying to tell everybody to buy everything, not really trying to force you into TerraVision or anything. But to me, like, this was one of the most... Yes.
No, I think it's good to encourage people to give TerraVision a shot.
All I really wanted to say was I honestly think this was one of the most exciting things in boutique films of the entire year.
Oh my God. You're so right.
I've never seen a label come out and during a live stream announce literally like 40 titles.
Mm-hmm.
And they came out and said they were only doing 25. And then Brad just casually dropped that they're putting out the entire City Lights catalog. And you could tell he was not supposed to say that. So they announced a lot that night. And that is so great.
Yeah.
Let's see. Stan says LA is a coast. LA is a lifestyle.
You've never collected physical media until you've done it in LA.
Oh, perfect. Chris says, thanks, y'all. Ryan made that intro to Furtado. I'm glad that it worked out for you.
Yeah.
Chris says, we're making him want to subscribe to TerraVision. KB does not want me to move to LA. Yeah, see. Did not know that about TerraVision, and they have VHS bye-bye money. Yeah, they do quite a lot of VHS, actually. Ryan and Will should combine families and live together a la the Brady Bunch.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Can you imagine the movie room that would have to have?
Oh, it'd have to be a compound.
Yeah, there would be like a movie library and then a library, and it would be wild.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Celeste, no, this is a good question. Why would wholesale be helpful? Sorry if that's a dumb question, but why would I buy a bunch of copies of the same film if I'm not a distributor? It doesn't have to be the films necessarily. Here's the thing. you can subscribe for the movies, and then when a vinyl comes out, you get it at wholesale price. So instead of them advertising a $30 LP, you get it at like 21 or 17 or whatever the wholesale price on it is. Beyond that, again, they have 3 different subscriptions on the TerraVision site. They have a vinyl sub, a cassette sub, and a film sub. If you're sub to any of those 3, then you get the wholesale portal. And if you ever need to get one of the other types of physical formats, you get that major discount on all those. But then again, if you've got a friend that they announced Linnea Quigley's Horror Workout, and it's one of the fastest selling titles for TerraVision, and somebody that lives close to you wants it, you can say, hey, I can get you a copy at a wholesale price. I'm going to throw it in with my next order and get it for 18 or whatever it is.
Follow-up question. So if you get a sub if you get the film sub, say, that means you get the next 10 or next 20 or next 50
Correct.
Titles. So the previously released titles, are those available wholesale? Like, so can I go back and order the films that I haven't gotten yet?
I believe they are.
That's dope.
And that's how I just talked Jeremy Long into subscribing, because he wanted a bunch of TerraVision, and I said, well, the ones that you're missing, you can subscribe and get them on the wholesale price and sent with your next shipment for free shipping. I mean, there's no downside to that if you really want them.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully that helps, Celeste. So you can buy just one copy. Yes, you can get the one that's coming in your sub. You don't have to get more. But also, those other items are the big thing. Like, there's been a couple vinyl I've wanted. It's the perfect way to add it on at the cheapest price, and you don't have to pay for shipping.
And, with the holidays coming up, you might want to get 6 or 7 copies of Copperhead to distribute to family and friends.
There you go. That's exactly it. What was better, TerraVision's announcements this week or VS announcing 1973's Arnold and Curse of the Blue Lights in January? I mean, to me, I'm leaning easily towards TerraVision.
Yeah, I mean, those were some. Well, we'll talk about this week's announcements pretty soon. I'm pretty excited about these. Yeah, I mean, everything that's coming up with TerraVision is just so exciting. I'm really happy for those folks who really seem so passionate about what they're doing. It's cool to support, really small business, and also get a chance to see all these films, some of which I've seen before, like in the VHS days, some of which I've heard of and been interested in, and then some of which are just like, I have no idea. I can't wait to try it.
Right. Well, I think that's it for TerraVision. Oh, and of course, Brad was on Tuesday, so hopefully you enjoyed that.
I love that picture.
It's a good one. All right. This is a bundle pack that they're using to promote this indie director, Alfred Hitchcock. I think I'm pronouncing that right. October 31st, Universal is releasing the 3rd entry into the Alfred Hitchcock Classics Collection with 4Ks of Rope, The Man Who Knew Too Much, Torn Curtain, Topaz, and Frenzy.
Yeah, these are good. What's good about these box sets that they've been releasing is that they go on sale pretty quickly, so you can get them at reduced price, or at least the first 2 of these did. These films, of course, are kind of like the lesser period, they're later period and lesser films, but all of them are interesting. And the gem of that set, of course, is Frenzy, which was Hitchcock's, I think, last great movie. Frenzy is weird too. It's like slapstick, hilarious, funny, and then all of a sudden, one of the most brutally disturbing rape murders that you'll ever see on film, and it'll stay with you. But it's really, it's recognizably Hitchcock, but also I think shows some of the growth in his technique. I feel like it's a lot looser in a good way from a lot of his earlier masterpieces. So this set is worth the upgrade for Frenzy alone. The remake of The Man Who Knew Too Much is not great, but it's pretty cool. There are there are interesting moments in Torn Curtain and Topaz. Rope is a really interesting, experiment, and also has some interesting kind of queer subtext to it too. So all these are worth seeing. I was just asked if I was on crack, and I'm not sure why.
I think that's because he is a frenzy hater.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay.
Video Store posted a comment. They will no doubt release an entire Hitchcock 4K set at some point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. They never will because they are split up between the studios.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
So yes, we will get many of them, and we will possibly get all of them at some point. It will never be in a full set, ever. Never. Siviner says in Rope, it is not subtext. They gay.
That's true.
Great.
That's true.
I guess we forgot to mention for Gator Bait, John Public says Terrorvision got enough reels of Gator Bait 1 and 2 to make Gator Bait 3, 4, and 5. It's true. They had 22 reels of film. Let's see what is next. We're about halfway through. Jesus.
Here we go. So is this the Vinegar Syndrome section of...
Yeah, I'm just taking a break, stretching. Yes, we are starting the Vinegar Syndrome section. The first up is Will's probably most exciting announcement of the week. The 4K release of Killer Condom is a August release from Vinegar Syndrome proper. Here's the front of the slip. Here is the gory back. Will, sell us on Killer Condom, which, by the way, before you do, presented in two versions on this one. 118-minute director's cut on 4K, and then the 108-minute theatrical cut on Blu-ray only. New commentary with the co-writer, director Martin Walds, and special effects supervisor, which you may have heard of before as the director from Germany, but great. I never know how to say that properly. Bootgreit. There we go. Archival commentary with Martin Walls and Bootgreit. A rough ride, a new interview with Martin Walls, a new show and tell with co-writer and director Martin Walls, new interview with special effects supervisor Bootgreit, and then a new interview with the editor Simone Clear. And then there's even more. I couldn't even fit everything on here. So Killer Condom. Let's hear about this because Christian is very, very happy as well.
Yeah, Jörg Buchwright, of course, directed the Necromantic films, and H.R. Giger designed the condom, did the concept design for it. So I got to shout out Christian's hobby blog. At this point, it's many years ago. I'm sad to say, but many years ago, Christian was a student in the program that I worked for, and was the first class, I guess, Global Cult Cinema, which I do mostly non-Western films, but maybe I showed this in Global Cult Cinema or it was in my cult films class. I can't remember, but it became one of his favorite movies, and he would organize screenings of the movie in the residence hall like once a semester, and it didn't matter if 0 people came or 5 or 10 people came. Whoever did come, well, if nobody came, he still just showed it and watched it on the big screen, which was so cool. But people who did come were always converted to fans. And I think I told maybe a couple months ago a story about one of my students who's going to graduate school in the seminary at Emory, who said that Killer Condom was now one of her favorite movies. Fall 2017. Holy shit. Way back in the day. So this was the film that kind of brought he and I together as friends and fellow travelers in the world of adventurous cinema. Look, this movie, I've said many times, has been the trauma licensed title that I was most hoping would get released by Vinegar Syndrome, and here it is. It is, and particularly from 1996, a really early entry in what would we say? What would we call it? I mean, it's a gay film. It's in particular focused on gay men, which was unusual at the time. It has some really interesting nuances to it. Like if you watch it today, there are some moments that we would now read as kind of transphobic. There's a character who kind of constantly gets misgendered and dead named, and at times confused, like is a trans character but gets confused with a cross dresser. But what's kind of interesting about that is that that kind of abusive behavior towards the trans character, who I think is in the kind of the beginning of their transition, is made by gay characters, right? And then when that abuse comes from like cis het characters, the gay characters leap to her defense, and so it kind of gets you into like the complicated relationships and categories and fluidity of categories. All at the same time, it's this indictment of the sort of moralizing against LGBTQ identities by the religious right. And it's a comedy set in New York in German. And part of the hilariousness is these people who are in New York City talking in German. There's so much incongruous stuff in here. I can't, the Trauma DVD, which is long out of print, does not look good. It's not even in the proper aspect ratio. So this may be the release of the year for me.
Interesting.
I'm going to stop there because I know we've got like 55 more announcements, but Killer Con, I can't believe it's in 4K. I can't believe there's a 10-minute longer director cut that I'm going to get to see. I'm so happy.
I'm glad you're happy. That's amazing. Yeah, I can't wait to see this for the first time. This is supposed to be
Oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. I can't wait to talk about it with you.
Let's see. Ronnie says, is it queer? I didn't get that at all from the trailer.
Yes.
Joe Jack says, is it funny? I think we got that answer already.
Yes.
John Public says they were going to do a Rocky crossover, Killer Condominium, I can't speak, with Sylvester Stallone. Condominiums, I never use them. That's great. Adam wants to know, why is it set in New York City?
It's because it's like the capital of sin.
That makes sense. The DVD is out of print and going for $100. Not anymore, probably.
Well, real quick, I'm going to raise some money for my TV subscription.
Dead Sea Life says, I've been pronouncing cishet wrong. Were you saying cishit? Let's see. Let's go to the next one. The next is the Cardona Collection Volume 2. This is the one that had been delayed because they were hampered by the death of one of the Cardonas, literally like during the process of creating extras. So it's been a while since that first one came out, 2 years now, I believe. And this one's going to have Beaks the Movie, Under Siege, La Casa que Arde de Noche, and SOS Conspiracion Bikini. This is going to have newly scanned and restored in 4K commentary track with Viviana Garcia Besne for SOS Conspiracion Bikini, interview with the filmmaker Rene Cardona III on Under Siege, interview with Under Siege actor Hugo Stiglitz, an interview with Under Siege actor Orlando Urdaneta, an interview with Andrea Cardona, the granddaughter of Rene Cardona Jr., interview with La Casa que Arde de Noche production assistant Felipe Marino, interview with La Casa que Arde de Noche actress Mineko Mori, and then some promotional galleries and stuff like that. There's a lot coming on here.
That should be cool.
I know that a lot of people were underwhelmed by the Cardona collection, but I really hope people eventually come around on these. And the artwork on this looks wild.
Yeah.
And I think this surprised some people because I think some people thought Beaks was only going to be a standalone release.
Yeah, I did. So this is very exciting for me.
Christian's Hobby Blog says his son gives a lot of great interviews in Volume 1. Next up from Vinegar Syndrome, Amazon Jail 1 and 2. Very like classic Vinegar Syndrome feeling release. This is from 82 and 87. And this one will have new restored in 4K from the 35 millimeter on the first one, and then the 35 millimeter answer print for the second film. We are going to have a commentary track with Fabio Velozzo for Amazon Jail, new interview with Amazon Jail lead actress Elizabeth Hartman, new conversation with Amazon Jail the second director Conrado Sanchez, conversation with supporting actress Vanessa Alves, and then an interview with film historian Dr. Victoria Ruetalo, video essay by Annie Rose Malamet, read that wrong completely, and now I think that's the last Vinegar Syndrome one proper, right? Besides, yeah. Okay, so I clicked the wrong thing. So I had some people that I saw literally complain because all three of the releases from this month are not from America.
Okay.
I don't get it. How is that like this shocking thing?
To me, that's something exciting about this month.
Yeah.
Well, Amazon Jail was originally released on DVD by Blue Underground, and I remember it being fairly delightfully sleazy. I had no idea there was a sequel, so this is this is going to be cool. I don't have anything else to say about him. I'm kind of taken aback that people are upset that let's see, we've got some Latin American, and we got some German and some Central American, and what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I got nothing against it either. The final release from Vinegar Syndrome proper is part of their VSL line, and this is Guest House Paradiso.
Oh hell! Then this another foreign film from the UK. Oh no!
So this is one a lot of people have been very excited for, including myself. Like this is a Rick Mayall film that is going to go right alongside Drop Dead Fred, and I've not been able to see this one, so I'm eager to see this. This is the final collaboration between Edric Edmondson and the late Rick Mayall. This is going to have a new scan in 4K from the 35 interpositive, new interview with the actor Simon Pegg. They got Simon Pegg in a new interview about this.
Yeah.
I've not heard anybody talking about that. That's a big deal. Simon Pegg sat down for at least 12 minutes to discuss the Guest House Paradiso with somebody from Vinegar Syndrome in 2023.
That's cool.
Then it will have an archival making of featurette and a collection of outtakes, which I'm sure there are plenty. And this is pretty damn cool.
Did you hear the How Did This Get Made podcast about Drop Dead Fred?
I did not. I honestly can't stand that podcast.
I can't either. And I like all the performers, but the podcast, they're screaming all the time, and I just can't. And a lot of times they say shit about the movies that are wrong. That's wrong.
And I'm not into listening about people like, hey, this movie sucks so much. How did somebody make this? Well,
with Drop Dead Fred, it was like they were divided. A couple people were like, this is the best movie ever. And then a couple people were like, there we go. DC Ibner saw it. So they divided into Team Fred and Team Sanity. But that particular episode, I thought, had some really interesting interpretations of Drop Dead Fred. I know that is not what we were discussing. We're discussing Guest House Paradiso since Rick Mayall's mentioned and Vinegar Syndrome had just put out Drop Dead Fred last year. It made me think of it. I think Andrew Furtado might have actually recommended that episode, and that's how I listened to it.
That would make sense, especially because most likely both of these films were probably with Severin first.
Well, I won't get into that, but I'm happy that they're both released, and I'm definitely going to pick this up.
Good. Moving right along, Vinegar Syndrome put up some new merch. They have these silver and gold metal tees and then logo tees. They look nice. I have too many Vinegar Syndrome shirts. Oh my God, I didn't even realize I'm wearing a Vinegar Syndrome shirt right now. As I say that. Oh wow. Let's see.
I actually felt kind of embarrassed because I'm wearing a Shutter shirt, so it's like I'm doing a physical media podcast, but I got a streaming shirt on. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess my shirt could be worse. You're right. Next up is the partner label. Saturn's Core has announced Blood Feast: The Adventures of Sergeant Lunch from 1992. This is one of the titles that he was alluding to when I interviewed him just a couple months ago. And basically, this is a comedy, straight comedy coming from Saturn's Core. And this says, when wrongdoers and lawbreakers are on the prowl, there's only one man for the job. Meet Sergeant Al T. Lunch. The most diligent and decorated officer. With over 300 arrests under his belt, Sergeant Lunch is revered by his peers, beloved by his community, and a prominent subject of interest for local ace reporter Mary Lowdown of the Daily Tattletale. That is until Lunch's vengeful and envious twin brother, Feast, constructs the ultimate killing machine, a superhuman Terminator-esque cyborg known as the Annihilator, who marauds through the city, maiming and mutilating innocent citizens. To make matters worse, Feast has disguised himself as his do-gooding twin and committed acts of robbery and murder in order to sully Lunch's good name. With his reputation tarnished and his job on the line, Lunch must do battle with the Annihilator and put an end to Feast's reign of terror once and for all. We've got a commentary on this one with Dave Palomaro, a new 2023 featurette with the director Dave Palomaro and actor Steve Station, tribute to Dean Galanis, friend and fellow SOV filmmaker, some deleted scenes, a prequel that's 36 minutes from 1991, Dave Palomaro's 1993 shot on video feature, newly scanned from the master, that is 41 minutes long, and it's called Milton's Laundry, reversible sleeve, and then some trailers and some short films. You got 6 different short films on this from Dave Palomaro. Am I saying it right? Palomaro? That's a lot.
It's funny because you say Spanish names so fluidly, but then you get to something like Palomaro, and you're like, I can't handle it.
Can you tell that I was born and raised in California around all? Oh, it took years of Spanish. Yeah. Yeah. So this sounds like a lot of fun.
I watched the trailer for this, and it did look pretty funny.
Video Store says, I found out only last year that one of my friend's dads directed Drop Dead Fred, and we never knew for years.
Wow.
That's wild.
That's very cool.
Caveman is here. What's going on? Anthony says, Video Store, I would love to see him be interviewed on The Disconnected. I'd love to talk to him. I've always loved Drop Dead Fred. Video Store, if you can make it happen, send me an email. I am 100%. I can make that happen. All right. Hey, coming soon. We'll see. Maybe an interview with the director of Drop Dead Fred. That's hilarious.
Ate de Jong.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Next up is the Factory 25 release from this month, the Cataclysm.
Before you move on, the guy who directed Drop Dead Fred also directed Highway to Hell with my second favorite low, Chad.
Interesting.
Christy Swanson. Yeah, great movie. All right, go ahead.
The Cataclysm. First off, love that name. Love this back cover. And this sounds really great, actually. This says, buoyed by commanding comedic performances by Steve Little from Eastbound and Down and Robert Longstreet from the Great World of Sound.
How do you pronounce that one?
I can read Spanish, damn it. I just threw the lid to my water bottle. I don't know where it went. Where was I? And deft handling by the director Todd Rohal, the Cataclysm shines a light on the power of absurd fiction. It's a production of Rough House Pictures. And this is going to have outtakes, director's commentary, the Japanese trailer, a handful of short films, a music video for OD'd in Denver. Ouch. That was by Bill Callahan and Bonnie Prince. Billy, directed by Todd Rohal. 3 video essays by the Noctambulous Narratives. How did I read that? But I can't read Longstreet.
That you said catechism several times. I couldn't even do it once.
I practiced that one last night for an hour. And then they've got a booklet, including a conversation between Steve Little and Robert Longstreet. I wonder if they updated this, because I noticed when I copied and pasted this, it said XXX page booklet. So they were prepping that copy and never finished it.
Well, anything XXX that has Steve Little in it, I'm excited about.
Well, bad news about the Cataclysm. No, this looks great. I'm very interested in this one,
Yeah,
actually.
he plays a priest in it, so
Even better.
I'm just glad Sinead's not around to see this travesty.
Speaking of a cataclysm, Umbrella is releasing Death in Brunswick from 1991. Interesting looking slip. I actually like this. This seems like a style that they don't use very often. Yeah, just looking at a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome slips, a lot of them seem kind of samey recently. This one seems pretty unique.
Didn't we talk about Sam Neill just a little bit earlier?
We did.
Yeah, so this is a fairly young Sam Neill, but not
Yeah.
This is
Just barely before Jurassic Park, Sam Neill.
Right. This is after my what's that period piece he's in? My Beautiful.
That one just got a release recently too, I think, right? I know what you're talking about.
It was originally a Blue Underground, but then Criterion got it. Why the hell can't I remember what it?
Anyways, this gets a new Q&A with the director. It's got where it was filmed featurette. There's an archival publicity tour featurette, a couple different audio commentaries, one with Sam Neill and John Clark. There is Memories of Murder featurette with a whole bunch of people from the film, and then some other deleted scenes, trailers, and a booklet with an essay by Sam Deegan.
That's awesome. My Brilliant Career.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Cool. Definitely interested in what Sam Deegan has to say about this film, which is another one I haven't seen, but the trailer looked cool. Comedy, murder, on the run.
Yeah.
Mismatched romance. All right.
Looks good. Next, from Enjoy the Ride Records, is Don't Fall in Love with Yourself from 2023. Interesting looking slip on this one. This one says, Don't Fall in Love with Yourself is a documentary that explores the life of enigmatic musician and artist Justin Pearson. From childhood tragedy to his rise in the San Diego punk scene, Don't Fall in Love with Yourself takes an in-depth look at a career made out of blood, sweat, and spit. Much of the footage has been sourced from dozens of VHS and mini DV tapes recorded over the past 3 decades, with never-before-seen footage of one of the most interesting and unique musical moments in recent memory. On this, we have interviews with Justin Pearson, Dave Lombardo, Eric Paul, Gabe Serbian, Jason Pettigrew, Travis Ryan, Jeremy Boehm, Jen Siverson, Molly Newman, and more. This will have 20 minutes of additional interview footage, a director's commentary, live footage of The Locust. I don't know anything about this musician.
Oh, I love The Locust, man. So when I ran a punk rock club from like 2000 to 2004-ish, and The Locust never played there, but a lot of bands who wanted to be The Locust did. Very influential during my time in the scene. I'm also a big Jason Pettigrew fan. As a guy who grew up in rural Appalachia, the magazine Alternative Press in the late 80s through the early and mid 90s was like the way to learn about great music that was happening all over the country, all over the world. And of course, Dave Lombardo. So I'm really interested in seeing this. Locust is cool. These interviews, interview subjects are knowledgeable. So this might be really good.
Dr. Dodson, Anthony is asking, what was the name of the club, if you care to share?
Okay, well, I shouldn't call it a club so much as it's kind of a collective of young people that work together. This was in Eastern Kentucky, and we were given access to what at that time was an abandoned chair factory. So we had this space, and I was like the central. For a little while, I was a central organizer, but credit goes, like I organized some shows, but kids all around and band members, local band members all around organized huge shows. It was in the middle of nowhere, so you'd routinely get well over 100 people coming from as far as 3-4 hours away, and it was the only venue for traveling bands between Richmond, Virginia, and Louisville, Kentucky. So it got pretty popular there for a while between like 2000, 2004. That was my time, but it kept going. They still have some shows. It's called Youth Board, Bored, Youth Board, and bands and all genres, mostly loud. Film screenings, poetry readings, art workshops, all kinds of cool stuff. I was really lucky to be a part of it for a little while.
Can I just say that Abandoned Chair Factory sounds like the reunion album from La Dispute?
That's cool. Oh yeah, man. You used to get into the Christian punk rock, that band Throwdown. You know Throwdown?
Throwdown is far from Christian, but yes.
Well, they used to be called 2540.
Well, are we thinking of the same band? Maybe I'm not.
I'm thinking of the band called Throwdown that used to be called 2540.
I don't know about the original.
Oh, okay. Norma Jean?
Oh, I know Norma Jean very well, yeah.
Yeah.
Norma Jean has been problematic since the pandemic times, though.
Well, shit. Oh, yeah, I heard that. Well, this was back in the day.
Yeah, Norma Jean was great. I think I told this on Tangents Are Us. Yeah, and by the way, we're at 2 hours and 43 minutes into this, and we just got past the halfway point. Anyways, I think I told the story before, but I got tear gassed at a Norma Jean show one time.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
No, I think you're thinking of a different Throwdown.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Let's go to the next one. I try to get through this before it's 3 a.m. Let's see. Canadian International Picture. Oh, what?
The Showdown.
Oh, the Showdown. Yeah, Throwdown is a very punk band. The Showdown. I actually have stuff from a Showdown show here that the lead singer handed me.
The Showdown used to be called 2540.
There you go.
When they were 2540, they played there all the time. I
definitely remember Ludacris. Ralphus is asking in the comments. Hoax appreciated the Law Dispute shout out. And I probably shouldn't share this because we're gonna just tangents forever. But one of the bands that I was close friends with stayed the night at my house one time. And do you remember HM Magazine?
Yeah.
So there was one time HM put the Showdown on the cover, and yeah, the Showdown had been really working out to get like really cover model-y for a while.
Oh,
and,
yeah, they were real cute. Yeah.
This band that I was friends with, they were staying there, and they saw my HM Magazine sitting out, and the Showdown was on it, and they went, "Look at him, dude! He's gotten so ripped. They're so swole," and he was just making fun of him. It was so funny. What's going on, Dylan? Welcome. Glad to have you tonight. Canadian International Pictures releasing Dream Life from 1972. I am into this. This is the 50th anniversary special edition. After starting a new job at a local film production company, Free Spirit Isabel meets animator Virginie, and the two become fast friends over the course of a freewheeling, sun-dappled Montreal summer. The pair deepen their bond through a shared exploration of art, ambition, and desire. This is the first feature film directed by a woman in Quebec. Marilee Danzereau's fleet-footed and generous debut moves effortlessly between filmmaking styles. Did I kill that name? I'm waiting.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ryan.
I am Spanish at heart, I guess. And tones with the boundless energy of a young director in love with the medium. A path-breaking portrait of female friendship and interiority. Dream Life is one of the highlights of 70s Canadian cinema and a vibrant hidden gem primed for rediscovery. This will be a Region A locked Blu-ray, restored in 2K from the original 16 millimeter, done by Elephant, who is doing a lot of the Canadian international restorations. This is going to have a new interview with the director. The director is going to reflect on her early shorts and documentaries, and then this will include 3 of their early films, totaling almost 2 hours. And then Markets of London, another short that was 24 minutes long, shot in 1969 and then completed 27 years later.
Wow.
And then some theatrical re-release trailers and a booklet featuring a conversation between the director and a film journalist. This sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a definite on this for sure.
I'm not French. I apologize.
Well, that's Italian.
That's why I said it.
Oh.
Yes, that was the point. I'm trying to be ignorant. Yeah, that one looks good.
Well, you're doing a great job.
I feel so complimented. Utopia is putting out Give Me Pity from 2021. I really dig the slip on this, actually.
Yeah.
I really like this style. This one is going to be Region A locked costume-fitting Polaroids video gallery, director's commentary with Amanda Kramer and Sophie von Haselberg, behind-the-scenes photo gallery, and rehearsal videos. I had not heard of this one before this announcement.
Well, I'm a big fan of psychedelic nightmares, so this is a must-see for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we know that Bongiorno was a Inglourious Bastard reference. I promise.
I didn't.
Oh, that's too bad. Deaf Crocodile releasing Heroic Times. They have been talking about this one kind of candidly a few times. This one is going to be great. Looks really nice. So to read on this one, a crime is a crime even if committed by kings, intones the narrator of the narrator of the director's animated portrait of the supposedly heroic age of medieval knights and kings, a sprawling and bloody tapestry of ruthless combat to rival Game of Thrones. Based on an epic narrative poem by 19th century Hungarian writer János Arany, Heroic Times has a unique visual style, and this is where it gets super interesting, combining gorgeous oil paintings and 2D animation, similar to Belladonna of Sadness. Stylistically, the film is closer to sweeping medieval sagas like Ilya Muromets, Excalibur, and The Lord of the Rings from Ralph Bakshi, tied together by the battle-wearied voice of the narrator. I haunted the alien streets as a spirit of withered times.
Yeah, I looked at the trailer for this. It looked amazing.
This is the kind of thing that excites me like crazy. I love animation. First of all, oh, look at that. David from Canadian International Pictures is probably the one watching. He says subtitles included on that that last title from Canadian International.
Nice.
Were they not in there? Or is he making fun of my accent? Yes, English subtitles for all of the films. Thanks, David. I apologize for butchering all of the French.
I'm excited about that film too. Yeah.
Very much for me. The Canadian International and this from Deaf Crocodile were the immediates, like, okay, these are a must. So this one is going to have a new 4K restoration by the National Film Institute Film Archive in Hungary. Will is going to take a moment, and we'll be back. I will just read the details on this. Then we've got a new commentary by Sam Deegan, really cool. New essay by film historian and professor Jennifer Lind Barker. A short film, very short film, only 3 minutes from 1968. In the scathing anti-war satire, an elegant crowd gathers at the concert hall to hear a very different kind of orchestra perform. Going to be a 5-minute short after this called Parade. Beautiful hand-painted short about the absurdity of military dress parades. And then a 3-minute short from 70 called Funeral. A solemn and tearful funeral is interrupted by unexpected laughter. And then a new video interview with the Heroic Times animator. That's really damn cool. Dennis Bartok is the one that moderated that. New interview with the director of the National Film Institute Film Archive on the director here and the history of Hungarian animation, moderated again by Dennis Bartok. And then Fidelity and Motion did the authoring on the Blu-ray, which super high quality. Fidelity and Motion is like the bar that people hold to for compression, for the real technical nitty gritty on these releases. So I'm glad they got them, and I'm glad that they include their name, because some people highlight releases simply because they did the authoring. That's cool. John Public says, Heroic Times looks interesting. Not even sure if I like the animation style, although I like the still art, but it's different and I'll probably get it. I get that. Let's see. Heroic Times was an instant pre-order for Ronnie. Good. Sibner, I'm sorry. I won't snap at you again. Next up is from Altered Innocence, a very long title. Name Above Title and Other Tales of Woe by Carlos Conichao. This is from 2010 to 2023, and there's a handful of movies in this. We have Name Above Title, Bad Bunny, Versailles, Turquoise Boy, Goodnight Cinderella, Hell and the Flesh. Whole bunch of stuff on this disc. This is a wild release from Altered Innocence. Will is back, so I will add him in.
Hey.
But this, I really wanted to highlight this. It says, the world of the director here is one inhabited by handsome characters exploring the boundaries of limitless pleasure, romance, politics, and even murder. Before unleashing his breakout narrative feature, Tommy Guns, the director experimented in the realm of short and medium-length films for many years, crafting films both beautiful and transgressive alike. Collected here are 6 short films headlined by the medium-length and nearly dialogue-free film Name Above Title about a handsome serial killer that unexpectedly catapults into social media fame.
Oh, cool. Yeah, this one looked really intriguing. Sorry I had to step away. I was making sure my daughter was in bed.
I totally get it.
She made a little cameo during the Wings Hauser announcement. This is awesome looking. I'm very intrigued.
This one will also have a booklet featuring an introduction and individual film commentary by the director themselves. Yeah, this looks cool. Very cool. Why'd I have to do that? Now I got to scroll for 4 minutes.
The hell is that?
All right. This one is going to be interesting. So Yellow Veil is releasing Once Upon a Time in Uganda. They've been hyping this up for theatrical release that they're doing for a while. However, out of nowhere, it appears, and before I go down the road, let me see what it says real quick. If you go to the Vinegar Syndrome website and you click on the Going Out of Print section, this is listed under the Going Out of Print. Now, this is very odd because this does not have the usual, this is strictly limited verbiage that it normally says on the titles on the Vinegar Syndrome website. This is listed under Going Out of Print. It does still have 1,595 copies left, but there does not appear to be a standard release of this coming, which is kind of odd because the films that they're talking about on this is pretty big. This is one, AGFA put out the Wakaliwood, and this Once Upon a Time in Uganda is something that people have been looking for a while. So I'm really curious why this is limited to 2,000 and then that's it.
No idea. I do want to see this really bad though. Again, saw the trailer. It looked really, really fascinating.
So for those that have not seen the Wakaliwood, let me read what this is. Set in Uganda, this documentary follows 2 men from opposite sides of the world who come together over a shared love for Chuck Norris. Isaac, a former brickmaker, decides to pick up a camera and start shooting his own 80s-inspired action epics. I love that story. And Alan, a film nerd from New York, gives up his life in America to join forces with Isaac after seeing a trailer for one of his films online. Against all odds, the 2 unlikely friends have catapulted Wakaliwood to worldwide stardom with their own gonzo action movies, bringing joy to millions of people across the internet. This is going to have an introduction by the director, 5 deleted scenes with commentary, behind-the-scenes slideshow, and footage. Commentary track with Catherine Chubeck and director of the photography Matt Porwall. A discussion between the director and the producer. An essay by Anton Battelle, and of course English subs on this. This looks fun, but again, I'm wondering why it is going out of print. It's interesting.
I don't know. Maybe their license was limited. I don't know. I'm just talking shit.
I'm just very confused why it wasn't up there on day one, and it doesn't have the strictly limited titles there. Yeah, as Carrie Mulligan is saying, though, in the chat, while you're in the going out of print section, they're now clearing out Culture Shock at a discount because Culture Shock in not July, but June, announced that they were going to be separating from OCN as a partner label. The rumor is we should be hearing very soon about somebody distributing for them. I'm not sure. There's probably only a few that I would even speculate that it could be, but they're likely partnering up with somebody else, and with that, they will be available again. They've also announced that they've got good, I think, 3 or 4 titles still coming before the end of the year. So if that's the case, they got to start releasing those pretty dang quickly now. It's already August.
Well, that sounds exciting. I am actually only missing 3 Culture Shock titles from their OCN catalog. Video Violence, was it Death Rage? Is that what it's called? No.
Video Violence is TerraVision.
No, Video Murders. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I may have misheard you. Yeah, there's.
I think I misspoke. Video Murders.
Death Magic.
Death Magic. That's the one. And
they have Thrust here. And if you're buying the one with the slipcover, they're $15. Without a slipcover is $10.
Yeah, and Thrust. Well, actually 4 because they did Cannibal Hooker's remake. But it sold out before I could get a copy. Hopefully it'll come back one day. But those 3 titles, I'm going to pick those up and have the complete discography so far.
Yeah, so they've got Girlfriend from Hell, The American Scream, Slashdance, Video Murders, Game of Survival, Night Ripper, Raw Nerve, Streets of Death, Devil Rider, Deathcember, Mind, Body, and Soul, Death Magic, Thrust, The Flesh Merchant, and Debbie Does Demons.
A lot of great stuff.
You can pick up all of those at a very discounted rate at the moment. Next, this is a pretty big one. This is coming from AGFA this month. The Films of John Moritsugu. Am I saying that right?
Why ask me?
Because you're the film professor, Will. You know all of this.
But it doesn't mean I know people's names.
You should. It's a requirement.
It looks like Moritsugu is probably a good guess.
Good.
But it could be Moritsugu. Okay. Moritsugu or Moritsugu?
A force of nature since 1985, underground icon, as Will just said, in partnership with his wife, Amy Davis, creates candy-colored genre riots that feel like NC-17 sitcoms from outer space. What a sentence that was. His fearless proto-punk deconstructions function as a giant middle finger to everything from racism to gender expectations, while also exploring themes of Asian American identity. Terminal Degeneration collects these joyous trash art ragers for the first time on widely released home video. This is going to have restorations from the original 16mm camera negatives of shorts and the films that are listed on the back, as you see here. My Degeneration, Hippie Porn, Terminal USA, Modfuck Explosion, Fame, Whore, Scumrock, and Pig Death Machine. Any comments, Will?
So family films.
Yes.
I'm still laughing at Little Debbie's Snack Horror of New York City.
Oh, that was fun.
Little Debbie. I think this sells itself. This is a definite for sure. I gotta see all of these.
So this is going to have multiple commentaries, some outtakes, auditions, camera tests. There's a booklet in this with a vintage interview. This looks like a really fun release, I got to say. Joe Jack says it sounds like a G.G. Allen set list. Wave says go to a church and read those titles out loud and record the reactions. We got a couple questions as we were discussing Culture Shock. Which of those are highly recommended? Which are worth getting?
Oh, geez. Well, all of them. I really like Girlfriend from Hell. It was a cool one. December's got like Tiffany Shepis in it, which is cool. What else? Now I'm on the spot and I can't remember what are all the titles that they got. Flesh was good.
The American Scream.
I like the American Scream.
Slashdance.
I haven't watched that one yet. I picked that up at the last sale.
Video Murders, Game of Survival, Night Ripper, Raw Nerve.
Oh, Game of Survival was really good. Raw Nerve is awesome. That's a Tracy Lord's mid-90s action thriller movie.
Streets of Death, Devil Rider, Mind, Body, and Soul, Death Magic, Thrust, Flesh Merchant.
Thrust I'm excited to pick up because it's kind of like I haven't seen a Misty Monday movie in a really long time, and this is a newer one. Oh, she's going by her real name now, Erin Brown. Is that her real name? I can't remember. But yeah, I really like Culture Shock is cool because it's a lot of variety of budgets and genres and tones. So it's hard for me to rank them, but all those ones that I mentioned, Raw Nerve is really good. Girlfriend from Hell is super funny and quirky. What else did I say? The American Scream was cool. Flesh Merchant's cool. Yeah, I don't think you can really go wrong by picking up a couple titles.
To quell some expectations, I would say Girlfriend from Hell was a lot of fun, but I know from people looking at that, you would expect a more 80s almost like adult sex comedy type from the art and the way they're looking at it. There's no nudity in that film, and it's a little more tame than you would expect from the imagery that's used on that. I will say it was fun. There's nothing taken away from it. I really enjoyed that one.
Oh, it's so fun. It's so wacky and weird and strange. You won't miss the nudity. Once the movie gets started, you're just going to be like, well, unless you're Ryan, I guess. Like, if I don't see a titty every 5 minutes, I'm turning it off.
That's why I look down my shirt a lot. I do I do want to remind everybody, Night Ripper does have the Soup Nazi in it from Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And I believe he gave a new interview on it. It's a fun one. The other one that I kind of wanted to really quell expectations about, Slashdance. The best part of Slashdance is the cover on the slip. It is not a great movie. I think if they made a movie based on the cover of the slip, it would have been so much better.
Well, I can't speak to Slashdance because I haven't watched that yet, but I do have it. So I'll take a good long look at the slipcover before I put it in.
I can just imagine you sitting there. I'm going to watch this movie. Give me 20 minutes.
Well, now I got to put on my reading glasses for everything, so I'll be like,
holding it away. Oh, that's perfect. Oh gosh, yeah. So yeah, Culture Shock has done some really cool stuff, and then I don't even remember. Did they take off the that last title they did, the Volume 1? Let me see. I don't remember. The Virgin High and Hot Under the Collar.
Oh yeah, those are great.
That one I don't think is under the going out of print yet, but because it's fully out of stock. That's why. That's Late Night Classics Volume 1. They have already said that Late Night Classics Volume 2 is coming this year. So eventually that will be an option to look at.
Cool.
Dylan says dropping Slashdance from my card, I guess.
Guy from Culture Shock is watching going like, God damn it, Ryan.
Sorry, Jason. Oh, I didn't know it was all the way sold out. Yeah, I'm eager for the volume 2 of that because they've got some really interesting things. And Culture Shock has done. I don't know if their social media has been necessarily based on what's coming, but they are always talking up like 90s erotic thrillers, sex comedies,
Yeah.
all kinds of these films that don't get love from anyone else, it seems like. So I'm hoping that they're able to get a lot of them. And some of the comments that he's left on stuff, it sounds like they're working on some big stuff like Rick Sloan films that they'd love to get.
Ooh.
Wave says off topic. We don't talk about things off topic here, Wave. God damn it. But do you think since Arrow's putting out the Blue Underground release of Cemetery, they'll do the same for other titles? If they're under the same rights holder, that is likely. But I mean, we would have to see. I would say 1 is a hint, and 2 would be a pattern that we can count on. Next up is coming from Yellow Veil again. This is a double feature of Tower, A Bright Day, which is an interesting title, and then Monument. And both of these sound actually really good. The first one has an essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas on it, which is exciting. And then
Can't go wrong with her. She's got good opinions.
Sorry. Animatic to scene, opening scene, 3 short films, lots of stuff on this, 3 storyboards to scenes. This looks like a really solid release, actually.
Yeah, and 2 releases from Yellow Veil this month, right?
That's the first time they've done that. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a definite one too. I spent some time looking at trailers on announcement day, and this looks, gorgeous.
If you're checking out trailers on announcement day, Tuesday and today, you were probably doing nothing but watching trailers. It has been insane this week.
Yeah, I'm really screwed. I missed a deadline. I'm going to have to try to catch up tomorrow.
Midnight Marauder on the art. He is a great Twitter follow, says Wave. Nice. Next up is Vengeance is Mine from the Film Desk. This is from 1984. Returning to her East Coast childhood home to heal old familial wounds, Jo, played by Brooke Adams from Days of Heaven and Invasion of the Body Snatchers, finds her adoptive mother withdrawn and distant and a half-sister who has successfully escaped from the cold clutches of their family. Impulsively, Jo enters into the troubled life of the neighbors, befriending a couple whose marriage is collapsing under the weight of alcoholism and mental illness. So basically, the 80s. This is going to have a trailer and a Q&A and nothing else on it. I've never seen this one. Have you seen this one, Will?
No, but Mike Romer is an interesting character. He's still alive. He's like 90-some years old, teaching at Yale. This was a television movie. I've read about this that was originally called, it's right there. Originally called Haunted. Here I am trying to remember shit, and it's right there. Really interesting cast, and Romer's also a producer and an artist, so I think this is going to be pretty interesting. John DeVries is in it. Holy cow, this is cool. Cool cast.
Interesting film choice for them.
Yeah. So, made for television, probably not any nudity. Ryan.
I'll just look down my shirt again.
Yeah.
Next, they listed a whole bunch of new novelizations on the site, and oh man, do these sell out very quickly. And for those of you that are enticed by the FOMO when you see these on the Vinegar Syndrome site, don't be necessarily. These are not Vinegar Syndrome exclusives. These are not brand new anything. These are released elsewhere. You can get most of these on Amazon, as I listed the Amazon links in here, and they're all sold out. And people are like, "Oh my God, Vinegar Syndrome selling these." Okay, they've been out for years. You could have got them a long time ago. The other big thing, Vinegar Syndrome is raising prices on stuff. So the big one, everybody saw These Fists Break Bricks, which is written by Grady Hendrix and Chris Paggiali, which I recommend. It's great. I've got it here. I have used it for reference. It's a wonderful release. Vinegar Syndrome was selling it for $40 while it was up on Amazon for $32. And I don't love Amazon. I'm not necessarily saying to support them, but don't feel like you got to buy it from Vinegar Syndrome immediately. Some of these things fly off the shelf, but they are available in a lot of different places. You can go to your local bookstore and get many of these.
Support local and small businesses when you can.
Yes. Going on, I think that was it. Oh, I forgot there was adult titles. Oh my gosh, we're only halfway through Vinegar Syndrome. Oh boy. This is where stuff gets interesting. So they opened their new site, Melusine. I think is how you say it. Is that how you would pronounce what you look at when you see that? Melusine?
It's got one of those little marks over the E. So what does that mean?
Melusine?
Melusine? Melusine.
I imagine it's Melusine. This is coming in 4K, and that is The Tale of Tiffany Lust from 1981. And this physical edition looks crazy. Like, I understand Vinegar Syndrome is like the king of packaging lately, but this is over the top.
Whoa.
This is a wild looking release. Hey, Jason's back. He says Culture Shock will be back soon. Tuned in for slipcover for next film. Oh, turned in the slipcover for the next film 2 weeks ago. Nice.
Excellent.
So this one, you can order this now. This is going to have alternate feature-length softcore version of The Tale of Tiffany Lust. Conversation with the director, a now and then locations featurette. Interesting for an adult film. The original trailer that's hardcore, and then the original trailer that's softcore. And again, just this physical packaging looks intensely made. Like, a lot of the price of this looks crazy.
I'm trying to think of two turntables and a microphone pun, but I can't get it quick enough. So we can just move on.
Oh, man. The next one is Getting Personal. This is a part of the Quality X line, and this is from 1985.
Oh, my.
We are getting personal now. I'm going to stay on this side just because this is less likely to get pulled. This
That's
is directed.
what he said.
Damn it. This is directed by Ron Sullivan. This will be region free. New feature-length audio interview with star Colleen Brennan, moderated by Casey Scott. And that's it.
I always love Casey Scott's interviews. He's so knowledgeable and enthusiastic, and the interviews are often more entertaining than most of the films. But hey, this has got a big cast: Nina Hartley and Herschel Savage and Paul Thomas, Sharon Mitchell. Wow, Colleen Brennan, of course, starred in a lot of non-adult film exploitation movies as well. So she's had a really long and storied career. I'd want to hear that interview more than I'd probably want to see the movie. Although I guess if I had it if I had it at hand, I'd have to watch it.
Speaking of, he'd have to watch the slipcover for 15 minutes first, right? I remember. All right, go to the next one.
More like a slip uncover.
The next one from the Quality X line is Center Spread Girls from 1982.
Oh my! Oh
yes.
Goodness.
Will is here for it. This one is newly scanned and restored in 2K. Brand new audio commentary with the actress Veronica Hart, moderated by Casey Scott again. This is directed by Gary Graver.
Yeah. So that's kind of
that's a big one.
Yeah. Gary Graver, always interesting. Everything's going to look good. Look at that cast. Georgina Spelvin's in it. Desiree Cousteau. Richard Bola from Cannibal Holocaust. Oh, yeah. Look at that. This could be worth checking out.
Yeah, this is one that definitely caught my eye a little bit. Gary Graver's name alone is enough to go, well, hold on. This has a lot of merit. Then they are doing the Distrib-Pix Command Cinema line. They are doing those titles again. So these are the same discs that they were releasing previously of the Cecil Howard titles. It's just in a Vinegar Syndrome slipcover, it looks like. These are not 4K upgrades, but it's literally the same thing. So from that line, we got Scoundrels, Foxtrot, and these all carry over the same extras and everything. Fantasex, which I'm sure this one is selling very well. People have wanted that one again for a while. Firestorm.
Rawr.
Was that for this one? And that's it for the Distrib-Pix / Command Cinema that they had sold previously. So a lot of that stuff is coming over to the Melusine side. Melusine. They should have come out and like did a video with how to pronounce that even.
It's got to mean something. I'll look it up.
Sivender says, are these pornos or Transformer names? Love that. Okay, so the next title is Pulse. The OCN partner label is releasing James Band from 1981 and 84. And this is exactly what you think it's going to be when you see this cover.
Hold on, this is actually interesting. Melusine is a figure of European folklore, a female spirit of fresh water in a holy well or river, usually depicted as a woman who has a serpent or fish from the waist down, which I guess that's a mermaid. Yeah, so there we go. Now we know
we know what it is, but how do you pronounce it?
I didn't look that part up.
Yes, I did Oppenheimer her boobies. I'm sorry. So yeah, this is a Maryland Jess title. They had put this out previously in the last couple months through a Kickstarter from Pulse in France, but this is the OCN release of this. This is going to have 2 different films, and it's got a conversation between Maryland Jess and Pierre B. Reinhard. Videos in French with English subtitles there, and then there's the James Band radio play in French with English subs.
Melusine.
I don't think that's right.
It just sounds like me saying Melusine. Yeah, so I definitely want to take a look at this one. This is supposed to be pretty good. And then they basically released some Vinegar Syndrome catalog slipcovers for the Pretty Peaches trilogy and Babyface. So these are still branded Vinegar Syndrome instead of going over to the new branding that they're going to be using. And that's probably just to clear out the old stock that they had previously.
That's a pretty cool looking slipcover. All right, here we go. Oh, pop up. Damn it. There we go.
Melusine.
That's
So
still
it's literally just Melusine.
Melusine. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now we know. Thank you, Internet.
Yes, a few of the partner label titles have moved to the Melusine site, including Altered Innocence, Passing Strangers, and Forbidden Letters. And Anthony says, so this is basically a 007 film with a sex act shown. Yes, that's exactly what I've taken it for.
0069, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, did you see on the cover? I think I showed that. It shows, it says 00 sex.
Oh. I think 0069 is funnier.
It should have been 006.9.
Ah.
That's close to 007. Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, thank flicks.
John Public says they're trying to sound fancy calling it Melusine. They should have called it something obvious and easy to pronounce like Spankflix.
Well, you know.
Yeah. Then we got some Radiance announcements.
Oh, wow. Yeah, these were some cool ones.
So we had this announced previously, but we got some details on this one. So these are the Sulkin films that got put out by Vinegar Syndrome in May from that VSL Apocalypse tetralogy.
Right.
So it's the same films minus Gollum. So it's only 3 films instead of 4. And first off, rad artwork on this whole set. It looks great. Love the way that they themed these. But the big thing, the Vinegar Syndrome set was 4 films on 2 discs, and so they were, had a little different compression possibly there. Probably not terrible still, but also the big thing, there's no crossover on special features. So if you really enjoyed these, there's a lot of reasons to get both of them if you really loved them.
Yeah, you're right.
But the other thing is they both use the same scan. Radiance did additional restoration work, so the films themselves might look slightly different too. So on Gaga, we are getting a commentary by Daniel Bird. There's an interview featurette with the production designer on creating the world of Obi Oba from 2023. There is a new video essay by Dobroka. I cannot say that last name. Exploring the rejection of science fiction label from the director. There is a program of complimentary, grotesque, and absurdist short films, and these are a little over 30 minutes in length total. And then you got English subs, of course, and an 80-page booklet with new writing by a handful of really close individual people to this. And this looks like a stunning release from Radiance again.
Dubravka Vegovic, I think. Vegovic?
Thanks for taking a stab at it, because I've sounded dumb all night.
I could be wrong on the Vegovic, but I think I'm oversimplifying it. I used to know how to do this shit. I've forgotten everything.
So that was first from Radiance, and then they announced this very French title. You want to read that one?
I am terrible with the Francais.
That's why I asked you to read it.
Where is even the title? What am I looking for?
Up.
Turn my head.
Here, let's do this. There you
go. Le Combat Dan's Lil. Dan's Lil. You know, like like Lil Bow Wow.
Oh, Le Combat Dan's Lil Bow Wow.
Lil Bow Wow.
Oh, Will.
Le Combat Dans Lil. Le Combat Dans Lil.
It's similar. Combat Dan's Lily.
Lily.
Lyle. So this one, this is from 1962, and it says, Clement is a wealthy son of an industrialist who lives a secret life as a right-wing terrorist. Double-crossed following an assassination attempt, he flees to the countryside with his wife, Anne, where they stay with his childhood friend, Paul. Clement plots his revenge, but Anne falls for Paul, and a love triangle is just one of many complications in this multi-layered discovery from the French New Wave.
So it's like Jules and Jim, but with right-wing terrorism.
Which, doesn't that just sound more interesting?
Yeah. I think Jules and Jim's boring as shit.
So with the support of producer Louis Malle, Alain Cavalier directed his debut, a noirish drama beautifully shot by cinematographer Pierre Lhomme. While echoing the political turmoil of the 1960s, the film probes bourgeois value and the relationship between sex and violence, acting as a precursor to the conformist and demonstrating the influence of Chabrol. This is the same director that put out Fill Her Up with Super that Radiance just did.
Yeah. I think it's ironic how many restored, extra heavy, collectible physical media editions I have of films that critique the materialism of the bourgeoisie. Shelves and shelves of them on display.
Said.
In my home. Marks of my success and what's the word I'm looking for?
We're all just trophy hunters.
My provincial artistic interests.
So this will have an interview with the director from a French television show. This is going to have a commentary featurette by Cavalier on photos from the Cinémathèque François. Interview with star Jean-Louis Trintignant. I've never been able to say his name properly. Were you going to say it?
I think it's Trintignant, isn't it? Trintignant?
Okay, just exactly how it's spelled then. From the Belgian television show Cinescope, interview with French critic Philippe Roger, who provides, it's probably not Roger, it's probably Roger, who provides an analysis of the film and Cavalier's work. Oh man, I cannot read other languages other than Spanish, I guess. His first short film about a sculptor who comes to Paris, France, 1961, a short film made by Cavalier on the occasion of Zeitgeist DVD release of the film. Some behind-the-scenes photos, including images from the archive of Louis Malle, and then a limited booklet with new writing by Ben Sachs, who considers the film in the context of the French New Wave and genre filmmaking. Yeah, this has a lot. If you're into the French New Wave, this sounds like a must.
I got it. I was going to do it again.
Do we have the correct pronunciation of
Jean-Louis Trintignant?
There you go.
So it was more like what I was saying. Crazy. I'll pass it to you next time. They also announced their next release from their partner label, Raro Video. This is going to be Gang War in Milan from 1973.
I know how to pronounce this one. Umberto Lenzi.
I think that's what it is. Can you ask your phone? This is going to have an audio commentary by Andrew Nett, introduction by Mike Malloy, new visual essay on Lenzi's Poliziotteschi by Troy Howarth, author of Make Them Die Slowly, The Kinetic Cinema of Lenzi, reversible sleeve, new and improved English subtitle translation for this one, and then a booklet with new writing by Roberto Curti and an archival essay by Mike Malloy. This looks like a great release.
Oh, I like this movie a lot. It's a fun one.
Yep. Yep.
And they're selling a bundle at 10% off. So
they sure are. Okay, so the movie Air from this year is getting a physical release from MGM and Warner Brothers. And oh man, this is not surprising in the least bit, but it's also very sad. This is getting a Blu-ray release, and this is the back of the cover. All this wide open space and not a single special feature anywhere.
Well, I gotta tell you, this movie may be amazing, but I cannot imagine a story I'm less interested in.
It is the year of biopics for, I mean, the Hot Cheeto story, the Beanie Baby story, Air, the Blackberry story. Where did all of these come from?
I don't know. I'd like to see a movie about Nike getting held accountable for all their sweatshop labor.
I gotta admit, I saw Air and it was pretty good. I'm sorry. It wasn't amazing, but it was pretty good. Matt Damon, really great in this, actually.
Matt Damon.
Oh, and Tetris 2. That's right. I forgot about that one. Hey, did you know white guys made Michael Jordan famous?
Yeah.
No, I think Michael Jordan made the white guys famous.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you.
Michael Jordan made Nikes. That's
and then I'm going to flat out warn people on this one. This is coming on September 26th from Paramount. This is a Blu-ray steelbook of School of Rock. School of Rock came out 20 years ago this year.
Wow.
And they are not putting any new special features, nor in 4K.
I thought it was getting a 4K. Oh, well.
Yeah. So if anything, we've seen over the last couple years that Paramount will willingly release a film on Blu-ray in a steelbook, and then 6 to 9 months later release that same movie in the same steelbook on 4K. It has happened so many times that in our Discord, we call it literally pulling a Paramount. They did the same thing with Wayne's World. They did the same thing with, gosh, what was the other one? There was a couple others that were identical. And they literally did nothing else but put it on 4K in the same Steelbook. I'm personally not going to get the Steelbook, and I love this movie. I will wait for that 4K. I love this movie. Simner says we should call it Paramounting.
I think that's more of a, Melusine type of thing.
Arrow Video is having their sale at Barnes & Noble finally. They did not do it at the same time as Criterion this month.
Good.
Yeah, supposedly they were waiting for their Camp Arrow Video sale to end on their own site before they did this. And this will be live until August 31st. You can get it now. And Amazon is price matching all of that stuff if you'd rather shop there.
Yeah, I was going to get the Hugo 4K, and then it went out of stock on Amazon. And I'm like, how do you go out of stock on Amazon? But
yeah. Sibner, we keep waiting. Someday. When? To be announced. Then September 12th, Lionsgate is releasing Cobweb from this year. That's got pretty good reviews. This is getting some special features. Becoming the Girl Through the Eyes of a Child and a Primal Fear. I on my other podcast, The Incinerator, did a recent interview, or not interview, but it did a recent episode with the writer of Cobweb, and it was a really fun episode. So go give that a watch.
It's a mysterious, constant tap, tap, taparoo.
Then September 19th, A24 and Lionsgate are releasing Past Lives on a Blu-ray. And thankfully, this is getting some decent special features. We got an audio commentary with the writer, director, and the two main actors. There is a featurette called Bound by Fate, exploring past lives, some deleted scenes, and subtitles. And this is still my favorite film of this entire year.
Really?
Yeah. This movie was incredible.
Do you know how weird I am? Since the image of the cover art came up, I have not been able to handle the fact that they're both holding on to a public subway pole with their bare hands. Like, are you kidding me right now? You guys have so much disease. You belong together. You need to mix that shit into your own little cesspool of bacteria. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, love that movie.
Yeah, and who holds on with their hands? You're supposed to wrap your elbow around it so you don't touch it. Oh God, I can't. It's making me sick.
Okay, I'll change it. I'm sorry.
I believe you that it's a good movie, but I can't look at that image ever.
So on October 10th, 20th Century, which is essentially Fox, is releasing The Boogeyman. So Disney can still release horror Fox titles, only in the US, not Australia. This is coming with a Blu-ray, a copy only, and then it's got some special features on this. Weird thing, why is the rating on the front of this?
That's funny. Maybe because the cover art looks like a kid's movie? I don't know.
A kid's movie called The Boogeyman. Yeah.
Well, it's the kind of kid's movie I'd probably rent.
So this has an Into the Darkness featurette, some outtakes, and subtitles. That's it.
Was this good? Didn't somebody direct this that was promising? I can't remember.
It was directed by Rob Savage, who's done some other modern horror, but it's a Stephen King film story, whatever, that did
From
this.
the mind of Stephen King.
And all their advertising is Stephen King on the front, and supposedly this is not good.
The trailer had some moments that looked all right, but yeah, this description doesn't list the cast, the director, nothing.
Nope.
Well, not much to say. So
I announced this a little bit earlier, but really wanted to highlight this again. And I apologize for keep bringing this up, but it's going to happen once a month at least moving forward. The Physical Media Advocate is a zine that is out now, and it's available on Amazon now, which a lot different than emailing me. This is a really cool way to do this, and I know some people are against digital copies, and I will say one of the reasons the digital copy on this is so cool is that everything in it is hyperlinked. So you can go and when you read a really great an analytical article on Fish and Cat that was put out by Deaf Crocodile, when you tap on Fish and Cat, it will take you to the Vinegar Syndrome site to buy the Shahram Mokri set if you want to do that. If you want to follow the person that wrote the article, it'll take you to their social media. There's all kinds of stuff on this. This every single month will be coming out a couple days after the Patreon. Patreon is a little cheaper than this way, so you might want to look at that if you're into it. But this is just for everybody that doesn't want to go into Patreon, and you can keep this forever and store it on your Kindle, your iPad, whatever you want to do. It comes as a PDF. It's I think it's really worth it.
That's cool.
And again, want to highlight the art on this is custom done by Planet Mondo for every single issue moving forward. This is great. We have a really great cover art coming on the next one, and I'm super excited by the color work on it. It looks so good.
That's cool. I like the Planet Mondo episode you had not too long ago.
Yeah, he was fun to talk to.
Yeah. I saw one of his videos where he was like arranging movies on his shelves.
Yep.
And for some reason, I just got fascinated and watched the whole damn thing. I was like, oh, I don't know if I'd arrange it like that. I might go alphabetical for this one. No, don't do that. You know, it's like really thinking how I would do it.
Moving right along into, Will, we're finally on to today. That's all we have left is today, but today has a lot.
I remember when this came out. Wasn't it on the Sci-Fi Channel back when the Sci-Fi Channel was awesome?
Sure was.
Yeah, God, those were the days back when it was Sci with an I and Phi with an I. The late 90s through early 2000s of the Sci-Fi Channel were dope.
So this is coming in October from Umbrella. They're doing Frank Herbert's Dune collection with Dune from 2000 and Children of Dune from 2002. This will have 4 Blu-ray discs, exclusive custom designed 750-piece brick-facing Shai Hulud. If you did not see, this is designed by Jeffio. This is basically a Lego set that you get to build yourself.
How much does this shit cost?
This whole set, I believe, was $70 or $100, something like that.
So, either way, this is way cheaper than getting Pumpkinhead with lobby cards.
And pins, don't forget.
Well, this has got the Lego set.
Yeah.
And it's got lobby cards. Didn't I see lobby cards?
You sure did. And it's got 2 different films.
Well, it's a miniseries, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what you should check out. I remember I didn't see all this when it came out. I've never read Dune, and and it's been on my like to-do list for 30 years, 20 years. But the people I know who love Dune really were disappointed by this in some ways, but also we're also super happy with it in other ways. So if you're interested in Dune, I'm really attracted to the Shai Hulud Lego set. That seems like something I want to do with my daughter.
I kind of want to support it just so labels say, "Oh, people want Legos." This looks really cool, really well made. That's great. And again, it is more than 750 pieces. That's a fun little set. 11 centimeters wide, 25 centimeters long, 14 centimeters high.
Yeah.
You also get a 160-page hardback book.
Whoa.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good release. Where are we? This is Umbrella. Yeah,
this is Umbrella. Yeah.
Great release.
Stan, I have the series on DVD. Not great.
See, that's what I'm saying. Disappointed.
Tons of special features on this too, by the way. A making of that's more than an hour long on Dune. 13-minute making of on Children of Dune. Some commentary, visual effects. Cast and crew interviews. Those are 12 of those. 11 production behind the scenes featurettes. There's a lot here.
Well, I think the idea is if you get bored by the miniseries adaptation, you've got the Lego set to assemble while you wait for something to happen.
Yeah, that makes sense. This looks good. Then, maybe the biggest title announced from them in a while. They are releasing on 4K Possession from 1981. This does not have HDR, just like the French release of this did not have HDR. This is going to have a 120-page hardback book exploring Possession written by Allison Taylor. There is a classic poster art outer rigid slipcase on this. Classic poster art design slipcase, 8 replica lobby cards, a reversible poster, and then a limited numbered release on this. And the special features, we're going to have a new commentary with Sally Christie, new video essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas that will only be on the 4K disc, and then the commentaries that we've had previously, some archival featurettes and interviews. It's a solid looking release. We got new bonus features. I will caution, we are likely getting more releases of this. Possession has been a pretty exploited title. I would bet there's going to be a US 4K release of this eventually. And the rumor was that Second Sight still had the rights to this because they had put this out on DVD or Blu-ray back in the day. The rumor is they may still have 4K rights for this, so we could see this from them soon. Not saying don't buy this from Umbrella because this is a guarantee.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you would be super saddened if Second Sight put it out later and you bought this one, you may want to hold off.
Man, I just got the Blu-ray from like 2014. Who put that out?
That is put out by Mondo Vision, and that thing, first off, the release that they put out is fantastic. It is one of the best boutique standalone Blu-ray releases of all time. But oh my gosh, has that been the most lied about release ever? That has been listed on the Tufan site as limited edition selling out soon for the last 8 years. Literally still available right now. So we'll see who puts this out. I'm sure the 2 4K releases that are out now are not going to be the final 2 4K releases of this.
I'm pretty interested in this one. Well, we'll see what happens.
Damn good movie, obviously.
Yeah.
Next up, Umbrella is releasing Godless, the Eastfield Exorcism. This is from 2023. And I really wanted to highlight what they said here because I actually really like this. They said, Umbrella is committed to shining the spotlight on up-and-coming independent directors and genre movies. This movie signals the start of a new approach to giving independent movies the treatment they deserve.
Cool.
That doesn't happen a lot. That is really, really exciting. And I think that this is actually kind of comparable to the stuff that TerraVision's doing. A lot of the newer films that TerraVision is putting out would not get released by pretty much anyone else. So that's a cool thing. This is going to have an audio commentary with the director and some actors, audio commentary with the director and one of the actors. There's an exclusive interview with the cast and the director, a panel interview with the director again, some interviews with the rest of the cast, a trailer. It sounds like a fun release, and this will probably be pretty decent. Yeah.
I'm interested.
And then finally, Umbrella is releasing Shine, the true story of pianist David Helfgott. His turbulent relationship with his father, his breakdown, and eventual redemption through the love of his wife, Jillian. This will have an audio commentary with the director and actor Jeffrey Rush. And then playing David Helfgott in Shine with Jeffrey Rush, the experience of directing Shine with Scott Hicks, making the music of Shine with David Hirschfelder, At Home with David Helfgott, On Location, original 96 behind-the-scenes look at Shine, and some other archival interviews. I've never seen this one, but I've heard of this one.
So this was the movie that kind of put Jeffrey Rush into the public consciousness, right? It was, I remember when this came out and got released in video stores. It was 96. That's when I was 18. And it was like, oh my God, this performance. but this was also around the time that so this is 96, and like The English Patient won Best Picture that year, I think. And then a couple of years later, Shakespeare in Love won, and there were and Life is Beautiful. And so there were all these movies that were getting awards, and then retroactively, people were kind of like, actually, those movies weren't very good. And some of that backlash trickled down to Shine. I remember reading a lot of critical reappraisals that were like, this movie actually kind of sucks. And I remember seeing it and it not really being my thing as an 18-year-old who had just gotten into like Slumber Party Massacre 2. And I was like, what the fuck is this? This is stupid. But that, the end of year at the Oscars, I think Shakespeare in Love was 98, but it was like during that period, of course, the Weinsteins were pushing their stuff, which I don't think Shine was a Miramax film, was it? I don't think it was. Somebody can correct me in the comments. But this is to say that I feel like I need to watch this film again without any of that baggage. And I do recall it being a very pretty film. I could tell that even though I was watching it on VHS. So, yeah, Rush won Best Actor. So yeah, this is a movie I want to see again as an adult, and kind of just decide on a reappraisal for myself. And this looks like the addition to do it with. So I'm glad it's coming out.
You know what's exciting? We are 3 hours and 47 minutes into this and only have 15 announcements left.
Well, let's go. What time is it?
Memento, the Christopher Nolan film, is coming out from 101 Films on September 25th in the UK. This will be an entry into their Black Label series. It is going to be housed in this box in a pretty decent looking steelbook, actually.
Yeah, that's cool looking.
This is a nice setup. And then they've got Polaroids and everything that's coming as a part of this. I really like the way they're stylizing these. This looks like a really fun release coming from them.
No lobby cards. We're doing the Polaroids.
They're going all in on it and not charging $140 like Pumpkinhead. Anyways. So this is going to be title number 31 from the Black Label. This is packaged in a rigid box with beautiful new artwork, along with prop replicas of Ferdy's beer mat, Polaroid photographs, and Leonard's notes enclosed in Leonard's folder. This is going to have a bunch of new features and kind of super impressive features for 101 Films. You have a new interview with Carrie-Anne Moss on Memento, new interview with Christopher Nolan on Memento, new interview with Jonathan Nolan on the Memento, new interview with Emma Thomas on Memento. They went all in on that. They even brought over a bunch of archival extras.
They're missing one person though.
Oh yeah, who needs Guy Pearce? There is a bonus second disc on this featuring the chronological cut where you see everything in order. That will only be in standard definition. This is going to have two different booklets in it. And just looks like a solid release. 101 Films, unfortunately, has not always been known for like solid discs. They do some odd compression, but with such big titles coming out, maybe they've got some stuff together to make these great. So we'll see. It seems like Nolan may be against 4Ks of some of his super old stuff, so that either that or he just hasn't gotten around to it. I think this one was filmed on 16 millimeter, if I remember right. Let's see what is next. Oh gosh, we haven't heard anything from Plumeria Pictures in almost a full year. They are releasing on October 23rd in the UK Bull Durham in this very white slipcover, which they do for all of their films, with a little styling on the front. And then here's the film on the inside. And this is, I believe, if I remember right, I was reading, I think this is the first time this has been released in the UK at all. I may be wrong there. I don't think I included it. But yeah, they are releasing that Kevin Costner film. Yeah, nothing new on the features. Everything is archival. And then they're releasing another Kevin Costner, same day, with No Way Out. One of these was brand new to the UK, I think. Either way, yeah, this is Plumeria Pictures. They've only released like four or five films previously. So I'm curious to see what they continue to do. It's kind of odd that they waited an entire year to put out anything else. But maybe these two films will help fund something quickly for them.
Yeah, going full Costner.
Full Costner for October. One of the greatest kicks to the nuts in all of cinema, says Simner. Wonderful. Next up, BFI had some fun announcements. October 9th, they're releasing Short, Sharp Shocks Volume 3. And the first two volumes for this are really fun. Have you picked up any of these yet?
This is the first time I've seen. I didn't know. Not only did I not know what this was, I didn't know there were already two volumes of it. So tell me.
BFI Flipside is the branding that they use for this line, and they are great. These are basically curating alternative Brit screen history of overlooked rarities in deluxe home entertainment editions. And this is a whole bunch of like classic to semi-modern horror shorts and mid-length films. And there's a lot of them in here. And not only do they get the films, they get a ton of special features. And they're going deep on some of these stuff that you've literally never seen.
I can say I've literally never seen any of them. So yeah.
and we're talking ranging from like 1 minute long up to 40 minutes on some of these. And on top of that, like I said, tons of special features, interviews, rare scripts, stills, everything, including an illustrated booklet. And yeah, they're great. They've put out two, and I think you could get those still from like Orbit and stuff. I'm not sure if they're fully out of print.
I applaud this.
They do great stuff.
Okay.
Next up.
This is a big one.
October 23rd in the UK from BFI. 3 films from Ozu from 1933 to 1948. We get Dragnet Girl, Record of Tenement Gentlemen, and A Hen in the Wind. Extras will be confirmed later, but Ozu's a big one.
Yeah, this is great. I think Criterion's got like 20 Ozu films out, and here are 3 that are not among them. So this is super exciting. I'm always into seeing Ozu that I haven't seen before. So hooray. This is a definite.
Hooray indeed. And then they're putting out Bluebeard's Castle from 1963 and 1978, the same film. And the way that that's being explained, discover a lost masterpiece from acclaimed director Michael Powell, who did The Red Shoes and Peeping Tom, with his stunning adaptation of Bela Bartok's expressionist opera. The way that they go through this, though, check this out. Starring Norman Foster as the murderous Bluebeard and Anna Raquel Sater as his doomed wife, Judith, this boldly original production was made for West German television in 1963. Combining outstanding performances with spectacular production designs, Powell concocts a daring and inventive interpretation of this haunting work equal to the creative innovation of the iconic The Tales of Hoffmann. But then there's the original 1963 version and the revised 1978 edition, and they will feature limited English subs added by Powell later. This is the 60th anniversary of this, newly restored by the BFI, and it will have a whole bunch of extras on it that they have not announced yet, but those are coming soon. This is releasing November 20th in the UK, and this looks wonderful.
Yeah, that's another definite. As Bertrand Tavernier says, the missing link that connects the Tales of Hoffmann and Peeping Tom. That's a hell of an endorsement. I now have to see this. Good.
And then this is another one. If you did not see, this is Volume 2. November 20th, they are releasing Ghost Stories for Christmas, Volume 2. Ghost Stories for Christmas, Volume 1, released just last year, I believe. Maybe in the year before, even. But they include on this 5 films that are all roughly just over half an hour long. And again, really damn cool. And they've got a bunch of extras on here. There's so much that they pour into these that were made, for old like BBC TV British productions. And they're incredible. They are these influential films. All but one were directed by Lawrence Gordon Clark and were written by some of the best scriptwriters working in British TV in the 70s. Incredible collection, stuff that you can't get anywhere else. Lovely releases. BFI, one of the more important labels to put out stuff when they do.
Yeah. This is great.
Studio Canal on September 18th is releasing a 4K of The Pianist. New interview with Michael Cement. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. New restoration featurette is the only new extras. They got some archival stuff. But yeah, coming from Studio Canal in the UK.
Yeah, obviously, Oscar winning Adrian Brody put him on the map. I know we don't need to get into Roman Polanski, but this is by every measure a technical achievement and a really interesting film.
And it's Polanski. I mean, this is a masterpiece. It's a wonderful movie.
Yeah.
Anyways, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Speaking of masterpieces,
Oh.
a Holocaust of a different kind.
On the real, this is getting wonderful reviews. I love this. Oh, that was fun.
This is really
Yeah, so this is supposedly amazing. Like a lot of people that have loved all of the Turtles films are saying this is the best thing that's ever come out related to the Turtles. I'm dying to see this. But this is coming out as a steelbook soon. No release date on this. It's getting a 4K release. It's also going to come as a standard release. I thought I had another picture there. I apologize for spoiling that. But yeah, you can pre-order this now. Amazon, Best Buy, Target, everywhere has this. What a segue for sure. Yeah, I'm dying to see this one. So then, September 12th, Paramount is releasing Kiss the Girls from 1995 on 4K. And this is going to be a made-on-demand release.
Huh.
So they are saying Microsoft Xbox Ones do not currently support BDR playback. I've heard that they'll actually play these, but don't buy this just on that word. Do some research yourself. And if you were questioning it, this will still be a pressed disc. It's not a burned disc technically, but the mod aspect of this, I'm wondering why they're doing that for this film. I thought this was a pretty big movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I saw this one. I saw Double Jeopardy and I saw something about the spider.
Along Came a Spider.
Along Came a Spider. This was the Ashley Judd run in the mid-late 90s of thrillers. This is an Alex Cross movie. Okay.
Dylan says his Xbox One played the BDR of Giant on 4K. So yeah, you can probably trust it. And Sibner, this is nowhere near the first 4K made on demand. This is like, I don't even think this is one of the first 8. That we've got many actually.
Have you seen this? Is it any good?
It's all right. This whole period of Morgan Freeman and Ashley Judd films, not that they did a ton together or anything, but just both of them, I never loved.
Yeah.
But yeah. And yeah, Sibner, not even studio-wise. Paramount has done some Giant in 4K is a studio released mod. Station 11, I think, is the title of the miniseries that just came out recently. That was released on 4K as a mod disc from the studio. Yeah, there's quite a few. And I think the studios are the only ones that really do mods, actually, other than like Golden Ninja Video, maybe. Or not Golden Ninja, Golden Ninja Video. I think Tempe Digital and Makeflix might do some mod. But yeah, these technically they're not going to be in like stores, but they're available on Amazon all the time. You can. It's not like it's only going to be on one website and they have to make it the day that you order it or anything like that. This will be on Amazon, but yeah, this is going to be a mod release. It's kind of odd.
An odd mod. I appreciate at least that in this film, you'll hear some real Southern accents. I hate it when they have movies set in the South and you've got these awful fake Southern accents. Like nobody can do them right.
Right.
Like, oh, you go over there and get me some waffles. Oh, you know, it's just awful shit.
Oh, that was perfect. Let's go to the next one because we're almost done. Elemental coming from Disney and Pixar on September 26th on 4K. I've not seen this yet. Supposedly the colors on this look incredible, and the 4K is actually speculated to be really good. You got a short film called Carl's Date on this, some featurettes, and then they are also releasing this Steelbook as an exclusive from Best Buy, and the pre-orders for that should be up soon.
Well, my youngin went and saw that with my mother-in-law, and she said she liked it.
Good.
But I have not yet.
It's okay, Will. We're almost done. October 24th, Classic Flicks is releasing World of Giants from 1959. This is the complete series.
Oh.
This is the first time on Blu-ray from Classic Flicks. It's got some special features on here. We got all 13 episodes, gallery featuring rare production promo and scene stills. And Classic Flicks really touching some stuff that no one else does.
Yeah. Did this have anything to do with, wait, when did this come out? 59?
56, I believe, is the year. Or 59, sorry.
Yeah.
Are you talking about The Incredible Shrinking Man?
Yeah, so that came out in 57. Did this have any connection to Jack Arnold? Did he work on this? I have to look at that.
I'm not seeing his name anywhere on there.
Huh.
Doesn't mean he wasn't associated with it, though.
Interesting.
Yeah, looks good. And the crazy thing is this had a $4 million budget for 1959. That was incredible.
Oh, okay. So Irwin Allen did Land of the Giants starting in 1968. And then Hanna-Barbera did Inch High Private Eye.
Inch High Private Eye.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that had any connection.
Stan says they reused these props for the 60 series Land of the Giants.
Ah, there we go. Cool.
All right. Kino announced the details on Red Dragon on 4K. That's coming on October 24th. And
finally, a director capable of the nuance necessary to tell the story of Hannibal Lecter. At last, we get a filmmaker whose vision and artistic integrity brings gravitas to the story.
So you really enjoy Brett Ratner?
Release of the year.
So I suppose you're not buying this?
No. No, I'm going to subscribe to Terror Vision.
I actually kind of like Red Dragon. I don't know why.
Well, then you support Brett Ratner.
I'm not giving him money. I'm just saying I kind of like the movie. But maybe the cooler release, they're also releasing on the same day, October 24th. It's The Terror from Beyond Space from 1958. And here you go. This has lots of different art to choose from. The reversible sleeve doesn't even have the same cover as the slipcover. I love that. all kinds of stuff for this one. And this one is going to have a new HD master from a 2K scan of the fine grain elements, tidbits, ephemera from beyond space, a new featurette by Craig Beam, a new audio commentary by Tom Weaver, Bob Burns, Larry Blamire, and David Schechter, another new audio commentary by Craig Beam, another new audio commentary by Gary Garani. There are 3 commentaries on this, and they're all brand new.
Worth it. And this is an Edward L. Kahn movie who also did a bunch of stuff for Katzman, like Sam Katzman, like Creature with the Atom Brain, Zombies of Moratau, and dozens of others. And this is a lot of fun. Low budget sci-fi horror. Edward L. Kahn was a master of these movies.
I'm sure this will make a lot of people excited. This is one of those titles that's been released like 412 times, but the fact that this is a new restoration, 3 new commentaries, really going all in on this. I mean, they don't even do one commentary on many of their films, one new commentary at least, but to commission 3 new commentaries, this is really cool of them.
Yeah. Well, and Khan's worth it. There's a lot to talk about.
Right. That, my friend, is the last announcement. Should we just dwell on it some? It's been more than 4 hours.
Well, we're nowhere near the record, though.
No, not even close. Let me share what is coming next week so that we can harp on that for a moment before we are done.
I didn't say anything about like the last 15 releases. That's why.
The Swamp Thing 4K drops next week. Enter the Dragon 4K. Little Nicky from Scream Factory. Dreams on 4K from Criterion. Ooh. Fast X 4K, of course. 1923 Season 1. More Kevin Costner for you. That's not Kevin Costner. That's Harrison Ford. Chameleon Street from Arbalos. Mine just shipped today from Arbalos. Outrage coming from
Lupino.
Yeah. Then let's see. Strangers in the House from Kino. The Fear standard release. Oh, that's
all those Mondo movies.
Kind of risque anime blow. Yeah, the Fear coming from there. The Broken Mirror coming from there. Ravishing Danny. I've heard lots of great things about the Angry Black Girl and her monster that's supposed to be great. Night of the Executioner standard from Mondo Macabro as well. Night of the Assassin from Wellgo. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on with this release. I believe this is supposed to be a Massacre video release. They've not said a damn thing about it, but that's fine. I don't love covering Massacre anyways. And that's it for next week.
Oh, wait. What's that release of Go Tell the Spartans there at the bottom? Is that a new version? That's Burt Lancaster and Mark Singer in a Vietnam movie. It's pretty good.
MGM. I'm not seeing anything on it. It's probably just a re-release.
Okay. Yeah, there is a there was a Blu-ray. I can't remember who did it.
Well,
and the big knife too. Ooh, Robert Aldrich.
The fact that they have Blu-ray edition on the top here makes me think that it's probably a BDR and it's a mod.
Well, so it goes.
I skipped the Dark Force title announcement. You're right. Yes. And here we are. We're finally done, my friend.
Well, I enjoyed it. As I always do.
And if people are wondering, like, is there a discussion? There was 100 announcements. So we just decided let's focus on that tonight. And obviously 4 hours and 10 minutes into a show, it doesn't leave much room for like a top 5 Scorsese list like I had with KB or anything.
Yeah, I think given a few moments there at the beginning to Paul Rubens was nice. And we did have a lot of in-depth discussion about several of the films and labels. So I feel satisfied, not cheated in any way by the format of the show.
I hope the 75 people still watching don't feel cheated either, because it's been fun. And the first Thursday of every month is always a special one. But I really want to highlight the joke I made at the beginning of physical media being dead. We just had 100 announcements to cover, and one of those announcements was a page with like 30 titles on it. This is crazy. We're living in a time where stuff has been being told from all kinds of companies for years that physical media was on its way out, and yet we are seeing major releases of classic films coming out in the highest quality ever.
Well, it's good that we're rescuing all these Indonesian films, since about half of their islands are now underwater due to rising sea levels and climate change. So by all means, let's get as many physical media releases out as possible, because we don't have much time left.
Yeah.
I laugh, but not because it's funny. No, I think it's really cool to see all these, and I'm really interested. And I'd like to see. I don't know if anybody in an upcoming interview might be qualified to talk about it, but I'd love to hear what some of these boutique labels think about the stability of the industry, right? Like the viability of pressing plants and the ability to just continue to actually make their products over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Because you hear different things from different people. Some people are more pessimistic, like Bill Lustig over at Blue Underground. He's pessimistic, but every couple months you get this incredible 4K release of one of their titles. They're not really releasing new stuff, but they're restoring their pretty substantial back catalog and kind of, at least for a while, were the gold standard in 4K restorations. And then you've got others who are like, I guess Brad would be among them, who are just like all guns blazing, full speed ahead. Let's get these films out there. So yeah, I'll be very interested in hearing different perspectives as we move forward. But gosh, 100 releases, and this is after one of the most packed months I can remember. Good God.
It's pretty crazy right now. And to talk on the stabilization of the industry, I'm really hopeful that well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. I'm feeling like there's going to be a major turn against streaming in the next couple of years. I think the strike is going to be a telling moment for some of these streamers, and I think the fact that we are seeing titles disappear on a weekly basis that are not just going to another service anymore, but disappearing potentially forever. I think people are starting to really get fed up and finally coming to grips with the fact that people are paying somewhere between like $6.99 for the cheapest streaming services up to like $24.99 a month, which is basically, if you've got even 3 of these anymore, you got a cable bill again. This is exactly what we were fighting against 11 years ago.
Yeah, it is interesting, and a lot of them are about to jack up their prices. I kind of, I support Criterion and Shudder and Full Moon and Troma, all of which are way cheaper than the like bigger streamers, the Maxes and Disneys and Netflixes and so on. And I feel like my money there is going to help subsidize those companies. So I feel good about it. I don't necessarily feel good about my Netflix money or my Max money. And I steal a password for Disney. So, so I don't know. I could definitely see, especially as our kids get out of the house, I could see us really shrinking our streaming budget. And I think I've mentioned before, my wife is obsessed with the show Supernatural. I think that's the only reason we have Netflix anymore. And once the box set of the complete series gets low enough for me to get it for maybe this Christmas, I think we'll drop Netflix probably.
Yeah, so I could would not be surprised if there was a major resurgence in physical media in the next few years. I'm not necessarily predicting that or confident that it will happen, but it wouldn't surprise me necessarily. And one of the big things is it seems like these younger generations than myself seem to really enjoy tangible things. Seem to be all about the things that they can actually put a hand on and experience. And what more can you experience than some of these lavish releases from boutiques? Obviously, that's not going to be the norm for everything, but I don't know. I'm hopeful. The only problem is we got to have more pressing plans. We got to have companies willing to make lots of players. That's a big thing. Is people that still love laser discs. I had a viewer of the show, Brian Dembinski. I hope I say your last name right. Who educated this week. He educated me on laserdisc players. The like mid-range players that still work go for around $300 for a laserdisc player, but the high-end players go from like $800 to $1,800 on the secondhand market right now for a really good laserdisc player.
Man, you can get a 4K 70-inch flat screen cheaper than that.
Right. And I just hope that we don't get to that point with Blu-ray or 4K players. I mean, if this is really like the last couple generations of the home video formats, we got to support it in the actual manufacturing of players and keeping that going.
Yeah, for sure. Hope so. Otherwise, it'll be like that Twilight Zone of the guy that is the last man on Earth. What's the name of it? He's the last man on Earth, and he's so happy he's finally going to get to read at the library, and then his glasses get broken.
Yep.
I feel like before that happens, though, we'll have an escape from LA situation where the global electricity grid goes down, and then it's like, oh shit, I guess it's back to writing poetry. Anybody got a lute I can borrow?
Well, again, I hope this is a really telling evening for what is to come for physical media.
Yeah.
I don't hate streaming. I think it's important. I think the accessibility of these films is important, especially for people that can't afford to live under mountains of films like I have in this room. I think this is the best releases of these films, but we're obviously still in a state of decline. And until that we reverse that, I'm hopeful we do something different, because there's a lot of stuff we're missing. There's tons of films that were released on Blu-ray that are not on 4K. There's way more movies that were released on DVD that are not out on Blu-ray. There's still more movies that were released on VHS, not out on DVD, Blu-ray, or 4K. But even so, the number of films that are lost to time forever outnumber all of those combined.
I'll tell you something I want to say. I'm gonna drop a bomb because we just don't have time to talk about it now, but we're gonna need to talk about it. You know what I'd like to see is some archiving, some very necessary archiving of interviews from this channel onto physical media, like collections of interviews, not just of Disconnected, but of a lot of these really good podcasts and YouTube shows. It's ironic that there are so many streaming shows about physical media, and some of them, including and perhaps especially this one, are creating huge archives of really valuable interviews that future historians are going to want to have access to. So that's something else that needs to be thought of. I wonder if some boutique labels might think about licensing however they'd have to do it. I don't know. Some interviews or chats or live streams as special features for some of the releases.
Interesting idea.
Yeah. Surely somebody would pay $19.99 for the best of Celeste, right? on Disconnected.
I know I would.
I'd buy that. Yeah, And you could do like a compressed highlight reel.
I completely agree with Ronnie too. Golden era for physical releases of movies, but opposite for TV shows.
Yeah.
So many of my favorite recent shows have no Blu-ray or DVD release, and also made for TV movies still sorely lacking.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, I think that is it for this week. Next week we have the return of one of my highly respected guests on Reconnected.
That couldn't be me.
Up there with Dr. Dodson, somebody that I'm very excited to speak about. We have a really fun discussion topic scheduled for next week, and I'm eager to see you all back next week because we will not have 100 announcements guaranteed. This week will nowhere near be as big as this last week.
Oh wait, are you not gonna say who it is?
No.
Oh, shit! Now I gotta. Oh, all right, surprise.
As usual, if you're interested in the Patreon description, the link below, please go check that out. We've got a lot of people joining us lately and some fun discussions going on in that Discord. I appreciate you all. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. Stay safe.
Bye.